I can't see a thing.
Clearly now the sun shines.
Let there be light. Sorry, mate. We'll make it work. Yep. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Just so you know, we'll also reference Jack Twiddle's 164, which was in the same game as the 154. Yep. Yeah, that's fine. I saw that announcement yesterday.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And it. And it comes on finals night, and it's another push. Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Right now, Jamie's got a decision to make. The decision has been made for him. That was left of target, but it was still in. And so is that. Jamie Hughes. Interesting. Double six. Now that is the Phil Taylor route for 129.
Johnston.
We would have a lot of pounds. In chances. And he takes another one. Right now, Jamie's got a decision to make. The decision has been made for him. That was left of target, but it was still in. And so is that. Jamie Hughes. Interesting. Double six. Now that is the Phil Taylor route for 129.
Johnston.
We would have a lot of pounds. In chances. And he takes another one. Good morning, darts fans, and welcome to the Modus Super Series. Apologies for our start of the show where we had a slight glitch, but we are here now and we are ready for day number 3 of Group A in Series 11. It is week 2, of course, but over the course of the next 3 to 4 hours, I am sure we're going to be putting a name into Saturday, but I suppose we hope we're going to wait all the way to the last round. Is that going to happen? We're going to find out in the company of Trina Gulliver. You've been here for the last couple of days, Trina. It's been an interesting couple of days from the perspective of Jamie Hughes and people trying to catch him.
Yeah, Jamie's been solid all week. A clean sheet, obviously, on Monday, and then only losing one yesterday. So he's put in a tremendous performance. But Johnston's on his back, and then of course Colin.
Yeah, let's look at the table. So, by the way, I love that vernacular of clean sheet. I think we're going to use that one from this point on. Jamie Hughes with 18 points, only lost one game so far to Stephen Johnston, who is in hot pursuit. And he's got to make sure that he is in striking distance over the next couple of hours. Osborne has got an awful lot to do today, Trina. He's not mathematically out of it, but it looks unlikely.
Yeah, I think it could be over by the first game. If he loses his first game, then obviously it's going to all depend a little bit on what Stephen does. So, yeah, it could be all over for Colin.
Even though the output wasn't as good yesterday from Jamie Hughes, is it just a mark of the class that he has, that he's still able to yield 8 points against this kind of group when he's not playing his ultimate best?
It just shows his consistency. That's what it shows. And yeah, he's just played absolutely solid, you know. And when he's had the opportunity to take legs and to hold legs, he's done it. Jamie's
a placid player. He likes to just get up there, get on with it, and move on. Stevie Johnston's a bit different, isn't he? He's a bit more vocal. He's outward with his emotions, and are we going to get a bit more of that today, do you think?
If it goes his way, I'm sure we will. Yeah, he's a bit more aggressive as a player. Shows his, like you say, shows his emotion a lot more than Jamie. Jamie's just so laid back. It's unbelievable, really. But yeah, and there you see it. There it's the bit of the punch of the hand, and yeah. All good, but, you know, he's just very differently emotionally. Yeah,
and this is what he did in his last game with Jack Twiddle. Jack didn't play too badly himself, nearly averaging 97, but 105.5. That is a symbol of a player that is very much on the up.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the best average of the week so far. So, yeah, he'll be all for today, and he'll be looking forward to it and getting off the mark.
We haven't seen a great deal of 180s over the last couple of days. We've made a bit of a point of that. But the one thing that was different about Tuesday, the amount of ton plus checkouts. And we're not talking about small ones either. We're talking about combinations that are very difficult.
Yeah, we had loads. There was loads. This is the 129 here from Johnston. This was the 140 from Osborne. Two treble 20. Oh, the treble 20 and the tops. Yes, I remember that well now. And then in the very next leg, follows it with a 170.
Yeah, he was on fire at this point. He had 3 ton plus checkouts in the same game. At the time, I was calling this one of the best finishing performances in a game that we've ever seen. Is that overselling it, or was it really that good?
No, it really was that good. You know, that wasn't overselling it at all. To do the 140 followed by a 170, and then I think it was 36 in the next leg, followed by 111.
Yeah, Jack Twiddle getting a 154 off the back of a 164. Just more proof that yesterday the finishing boots were very much laced up.
Yeah, they were. Finishing was superb yesterday, but like you say, the 180s were a little bit spare.
Moving forward, I'm going to ask you a question. Who's going to win this group?
Oh, God, I knew you were going to say that. Well, I think it's going to be between Hughes and Stephen Johnston.
The odds do state that Osborne is very much an outside shot. He's in the same position as Scotland were in international pairs, 8 points behind in the last day of the campaign. But Jamie Hughes at 2-5, Stephen Johnston slightly on the outside. A lot of things can change in the first couple of rounds, though.
Yeah, of course they can. You know, they play each other early doors as well, Jamie and Stephen. So, going into it, it's I don't know, it's just all about holding your nerve, I think.
Well, it is over 18s only. begambleaware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly if you are going to have a flutter on the Modus Super Series. And Stephen Johnston, the man in pursuit of Jamie Hughes, is going to be playing in his first game in the first match. He was in the building around 8 a.m. this morning, full of pep, and we got a word with him as soon as he came into the building to see how he's feeling. Morning, Stephen.
Morning.
It is a very, very good week two so far for you. 8 points from the first couple of days. You must be really pleased with the way you've played.
Oh, definitely. Been here plenty of times, know what it's expected. And some games you're low, some games you bounce on a high. It's good. You're playing great players from all over the world here. This is what I like about coming down to the Modus.
Well, your last game yesterday, that really was quite the performance. You must be really pleased with the way you ended the day to put the pressure on Jamie Hughes a little bit.
I knew that game was a must-win. Jack Twiddle's a great player. He's won great tournaments around the world, even coming into this tournament. And the start of the week I was probably the underdog against him, so I kind of had to find my A game against him, which I done, and I wanted to finish him quick.
What you've been through before here at the Modus Super Series, you've had disappointments, you've had some great results in getting to Saturdays. Is that going to help you with your challenge today?
Oh, definitely. Coming down here, it's always a great experience going back up the road. Even if I'm going back up the road and I'm on a low for missing out fractionally, but you just need to go back up the road and bounce back. I've qualified through the ADC again, which that's where I play most of my darts, and I've earned the right to be doing here, so see what happens, basically.
You've definitely earned the right, and you could earn the right of Saturday night if you can win today, so I wish you all the best.
Thanks very much, Paul.
He's just a great guy to talk to first thing in the morning, because he sees the glass half full, if not 3/4 full, all of the time. And it's a great thing to be having in the locker when you're starting a campaign like today. He's up against Jack Twiddle, who starts the day in 4th position on 6 points. It's impossible now for Jack to qualify, but it is very possible for the 36-year-old from Falkirk to qualify through this group and have a couple of days off ahead of another assault on a Saturday night. That is Owen Binks. I promise you he's not on University Challenge today, but he will be the referee for our 15 games.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
So here we go. The challenge starts here. And even though Stevie Johnston has beaten Jack Twiddle the last couple of days, today he must do it again ahead of his game with Jamie Hughes in round 2. And he's going to have to break
100.
Twiddle to do that.
Yeah, it's a big day for Stephen today, as it is for all of them, of course, but especially the top 3. It's essential that if Stephen is to take the top spot today, he gets off to a good start.
And I think he's experienced now, Trina. This is not the first time he's been here. He's been here 3 or 4 times.
84.
He's been so close to winning Group A before and has been denied, and then
100.
didn't make Saturday as a result. I think he's battle-hardened enough that even if he doesn't get the job done today,
90.
he'll be more prepared to get it done with the secondary group.
Yeah, he's definitely a fighter, that's for sure.
100. Jack, you've got 112.
Very passionate about the game.
We're not going to start with a ton plus checkout from Twiddle,
27.
but we might
You
start
require 160.
with one from Scotland. Tops.
76.
Just a little bit of
Jack,
extra
you require
sauce on that
85.
dart. It sailed above the target.
He did indeed. for the bullseye now.
60.
Just
Stephen to require
misses out.
40.
So tops now for Stephen to break the throw.
Game
And he
shot
does
on the
so.
first leg. Stephen Johnston.
Takes the first leg of this match.
Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Stephen's average has been very consistent over the last couple of days. Just a shade above 90 on Monday. Just a shade
100.
under 90 yesterday. But the consistency that these players seek, they're more worried about how many points they get
58.
per day. And he's had 8 points both days. That is a really good effort.
Yeah, it's a great effort.
85.
Yeah, Twiddle's averages haven't been that different from Monday to Tuesday,
58.
but it's been a hard slog for him.
It's been a really difficult week so far for Jack. Hasn't produced
60.
the quality of darts consistently as we know that he can. He's done it in patches,
39.
but he's not been as consistent as he would like.
Yeah, that's the case for the prosecution. The case for the defence is that this is his
134.
first time in Group A. So maybe he's not an early bird. It doesn't suit everybody.
60.
No, it doesn't.
Stephen Evercorn,
You're right there.
122.
You know, a lot of dart players prefer playing in the evening.
Now, what does Johnston want to do here? He's got 68 left and he doesn't have to go for the bullseye out. This is much better board management than we saw from him
82.
at times yesterday. I really like what I see.
Well, he got time there, hadn't he, to think about things as well. With Jack on 286, there was no need for him to
95.
go the traditional
Stephen
route
Evercorn,
then, if you
40.
like.
Game
That
shot
works.
The second leg.
2-0 up.
Stephen Johnston.
He's got the break of throw that he needed.
Third leg, it's Jack
He
to
has
throw
consolidated
first.
it.
Game on.
This is executing the plan perfectly so far. Yesterday, the only reason he was derailed
40.
in the middle of the schedule was because he bust 79. That was a key moment in the day, and he wouldn't win another leg in that
43.
contest when he lost to Jamie. It wasn't to Jamie Hughes, was it?
96.
Yeah, he beat Jamie Hughes in Game
100.
7 by 4 legs to 1. That's the only defeat that Jamie Hughes has had so far. But earlier on against Colin Osborne in match 5,
93.
that's where he bust 79 and found himself in a bit of a spin.
Yeah, I spoke to
140.
Stephen earlier, and he said that, you know, he had to just come off the board and put that one behind him
140.
and get on with the next match.
He did pretty well. A matter of 15 minutes later, he was beating the person at the top of the table.
60. Jack, you're 130.
This finish has been hit by Johnston this week.
60. Stephen Evercorn, 158.
Johnston wouldn't mind hitting this.
Well, can't be done now.
60.
Jack
Jack, you're required
Got a chance
72.
to take out this 72 to get a leg on the board. Double 12 required
60.
and not found.
Stephen, you're required 98.
This finish is tricky. Too difficult as it goes.
58. Jack, you require 12.
So double
Game
6
shot on the
he
third leg.
takes
Jack Twiddle.
and gets a leg on the board. It is only
Fourth
a
leg, it's
holder
Stephen to
throw.
throw first.
So
Game.
this leg really has to, Jack really has to try and break back
60.
to equal the match.
He's 25% on doubles in this game.
96.
He was 25% on doubles yesterday, was Twiddle. And he was just about 32% on Monday. So
120.
I think we're starting to figure out why the points total doesn't really tally up with the other numbers.
He had moments yesterday where he was
85.
taking out big shots and finishing, but when he's got a single number to get, a single double to
45.
get, he was struggling.
Yeah, we show highlights at the start of our programs, and we put these packages together to highlight the talent of the players. But if you watch the entire program, you will see the grand scheme of things.
66.
On the whole, Tweddle's doubles have not been where he would want them to be. But like Trina mentioned, there have been highlights.
100.
Everybody's got a ton plus checkout this week. Is this another one?
Well, that's a loose start there
Stephen
from Jack.
110.
So a chance now for Johnston to take this out. It can't be done now.
40. Jack, you require 76.
I've just applauded his board management at that point. I'm afraid I can't. Going bull tops right there was the wrong shot.
56.
But he's getting
Stephen
another
requires
chance.
70.
And people are getting that second crack of the whip against Tweddle a little bit too much this week. Tops.
Game shown the
Maybe that's why he wanted to go bull.
Stephen
Because he
Johnston.
loves tops so much.
Yeah, he's been hitting tops, and yeah, perhaps
Vivek,
that
it's
was his
Jack to throw
thinking.
first. Game on.
Jack's not taken the opportunities that he's been given so far.
46.
Again, doubles being a bit of a problem for him.
86.
One of these days, we're going to have a dart player that loves tops so much that they're going to get the nickname Sir Tops-a-lot.
129.
We almost crowned Robert Thornton that back in the day because I think for a lot of people in my generation, he's the best tops hitter that we've ever seen. He was remarkable.
Yeah.
Still is.
Yeah, I agree.
140.
But he's called the Thorn. We didn't call him that, though. We call him Chocolate.
100.
Chocolate.
Thornton.
Oh, of course. Oh, crikey. Fell for that one.
81.
Oh, that's a good bullseye, though. We have seen a 1-2-5 this week from Kent Civson. Double 19.
67.
It's match point Johnston.
25.
The bullseye's the shot. 60 then for tops. Can't be done this time.
65.
So Jack coming back
required 38.
for 38. Now, will he split? Doesn't look like he's going to. Now he's splitting. So double 16.
6.
Now. Jamie Hughes will be watching this thinking, is somebody on the same points as me?
40.
Not yet.
Jack, you require
Match
32.
darts missed by the Scot.
Double 16 for Jack.
Game
And he
shown
finds
the
it with his
fifth
second
player,
dart.
Jack Twiddle.
Gets another leg on the board. Trails by 3 legs to 2.
Sick flag. It's Stephen to throw first.
Johnston got the throw in this leg. So the advantage.
100.
Yeah, starts steadily. Our bottom 3 of Tweddle, Ruse and Civson. None of them can qualify through this group to Saturday night.
100.
In every likelihood, they could be going to Group C.
140.
But Tweddle is on the same points as Ruse.
100.
They can still catch Colin Osborne in 3rd position. So we've got 2 races on our hands here today.
100.
We will focus primarily on the top spot, but there will be another one to discuss at times.
100. Stephen number 161.
This one is all about the top spot.
105.
That's good board management. He's been up and down with that in this game.
Yeah, I think it's down to preference, like you say,
95.
that he went for the
Stephen
ball
156.
to leave himself tops. So 16 now for tops for the match. Double 10 then,
36.
and he can't convert.
Jack, you require 106.
Same as the last time. Missed tops and 10s. So it's 4 match darts missed.
86.
He will get another visit this time. to get it done by 4 legs to 2. And I'm not going to go too early with this. The leg difference between Hughes and Johnston is close. If this goes in, they're going to be tied on points and leg difference. And it does go in. That could be huge. Johnston has done his job. He's done it ahead of Jamie Hughes addressing the hockey today. And he's equalised him on 18 points and his leg difference of plus 18. Jamie Hughes will be back in the next match. He'll be playing against Bradley Ruse. But that didn't have to be a glorious display from Stevie Johnston. It just had to be the win. And that's exactly what he got. That's how he did it. An 82.6 average with 4 out of 11. Most of the darts missed in that match were actually for the win in the end. Highest checkout was 70. We didn't get a 180 in the match, but we didn't in our first game yesterday either.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Stevie Johnston has done his job, and now it's up to Jamie Hughes to do his. If he slips up against Bradley Ruse, then round 2 is going to start very interestingly, isn't it? Because it will be Johnston against Hughes in game 4. Also, if Jamie loses this game, he will be behind Stephen Johnston in the table in the leg difference column. He's actually second as it stands because Stevie's won more legs than Jamie this week. Well, he's up against the 20-year-old from The Hague. A very talented youngster. Junior world champion. Boys world champion. But he hasn't started his campaigns very well the last couple of days. Didn't get a leg yesterday in round 1 against Colin Osborne. Lost to Kent Civson in game 3 on Monday morning. So how does he start his day today? That's the question. But if you've lost your first round game 2 consecutive days, Trina,
First leg is Jamie.
you've got to recognise what's gone wrong and try to put it right.
Game on.
Yeah, absolutely. He acknowledged earlier that he's been a slow starter on both days. Yesterday afternoon,
58.
he really did find quite a few maximums. 4 in one match, I believe. And so he was finding the target, but he's left himself
99.
a lot to do, too much, too late kind of thing.
Yeah, I think he's still learning how to knit things together. His talent is not under question here. It's when you're put up against someone as seasoned as Jamie Hughes,
140.
doing things like that really early, you're going to be put under the microscope, whether you like it or not. If you want to be a pro dart player, you want to compete at the top level, these are the things you've got to learn. Whether you're playing at 9:35 in the morning or 1:35 in the morning, you've got to be ready to go whenever the schedule tells you to go.
Yeah, it's shift work, that's
57.
for sure. And you have to try and adjust your body to the schedule.
I don't think you're going to get many tennis players
95.
who say, can you put me on in the afternoon? I don't want to get up in the morning. They have to. When it comes to Wimbledon, Australian Open, all sorts of tournaments, you get a bit of paper under your door, that's when you're playing and that's what you prepare for. If it's 9:30 in the morning and you're not a morning person, change it.
$59. Jamie require 106.
So 106 for Jamie. That's a poor first start. No outshot now. So all he can do is leave it handy. And he does so.
155.
That's what Jamie's all about. He had a bad first start. He put it right. He couldn't have done any more than what he did with his next 2 darts. And Ruse was on the cusp there of a chance at double 19.
99. Jamie require 32.
So it's a little bit of a warning there to Hughes.
Can he find 32 with his third and final dart? He can't.
No score.
Going further away from the target
56.
there. So an opportunity now for Ruse to take out 56.
Jamie had a few problems on double 8 early yesterday, missing the target left. There's a lot of thought going into this, Tops.
Game shot.
Good thought. Good
Ruse.
execution as well.
And a breaker throw as well
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first.
by Ruse.
Game on.
I don't know whether you've noticed this, Trina, but on the back of Bradley's shirt, there's a skyline on there. I don't know what the skyline is of. It might be of various things from around the world, but based on the dart shirts he's been wearing this week,
80.
looks like someone's been flicking paint at him.
Let's have a look, if we can.
93.
Now, just at the bottom, there are various things at the base of that shirt.
And I know what it is. It is The Hague, because I seen the wheel on
99.
the corner of his shirt. So I think that's The Hague, Den Haag. Which would make sense because that's where he's from.
93.
Dart shirts are a representation of who you are and what you've done. People get stars on their shirt for accomplishments. People put skylines, names of children. In the case of Jim McEwen,
94.
he just put the initials of almost everyone on the collar. Looks like a code or a Wi-Fi password.
58.
Ah, there it is.
See? Den Haag.
I wouldn't have known that. I've never been there.
Have you not?
Never. I think I've been everywhere else in the Netherlands.
43.
That's where Raymond van Barneveld's from as well.
There's a few good dart players from The Hague.
Yeah, some have made it, some haven't. I don't think Mr. Van Duijvenbode is far from there.
95.
I remember a Dutch dart player, young buck coming through. Never really made it, called Mike Zeidwijk. Super player. I was a big fan of his.
46.
Just disappeared.
Bradley, you require
Oh, he's all right.
90.
If you're out there, Mike, we still think about you. What are we thinking here? Double 15. Did this yesterday on dart 3.
Game
He's done it
shot, the
again.
Second leg. Bradley Ruse.
2-0, and Stevie Johnston is dreaming
Third leg, it's Jamie
of a
to
lead
throw
in the
first.
table going into
Game.
round 2 on Wednesday.
Yeah, average
45.
for Bradley at the moment, 83.5. Jamie not finding his form at the moment, only struggling at 70.
$100.
Just like last week, when Jeff Smith won 5 out of 5 on Monday. Winning Group A after that is never a simple task. Jamie's only lost 1 game this week. Just 1. And you think with a win percentage
100.
somewhere around about 90%, he should be cruising. He isn't.
Yeah, well, like you say, just losing the one, you'd think you were
100.
be done and dusted almost. But he's not. He's far from out of the danger zone as to losing this group.
140.
Just to reiterate what I said at the top of the show, Trina, about your vernacular for clean sheet, that's going to stay. Everybody refers to it as running the card or
121.
running through the card.
Require
Having a clean sheet, I like that. A bit like Jamie's white dart shirt today. Looks like a clean sheet.
$43. Jamie, require 135.
135 then. Bullseye's the target. So 60 now for the ball. He finds it. And that's a great dart. His first start to find the
Game shot
bullseye.
the third leg.
And he does
Jamie
so.
Hughes.
Brilliant shot out there from Jamie Hughes.
Fabulous.
Fourth leg, it's
Just
Bradley
another
to throw
number we can
first.
add to the
Game.
tally of big finishes this week. And boy, did he need that. Great shot. Hasn't played very well until that moment.
59.
That was only his 3rd score of 130 or more in 3 legs.
Is today going to be the same as yesterday, a day
100.
of finishing rather than maximums?
Yeah, the maximums haven't been great this week. We've had a grand total of
81.
43 over 2 days. And we can include today in that as well because we haven't had one yet. We've had days in Group A where we've had more than 50 maximums in a single campaign. Okay.
180.
Asking ye shall receive.
Yeah, he must have heard you. There's Jamie too. Well, so it seems
180.
2 maximums back to back from each player.
I don't think it's got the same ring to it when we say they're like Portsmouth buses. They're not the same colour.
60. Jamie, you require 160.
161 off the back of the max. That would be something. It was a mere dream.
95. Bradley, you require 121.
A chance now for Bradley to take out this 121. Needs to treble 17. Would have been then for the bullseye, but all he can do
83.
is set it
Jamie,
up.
you require 66.
Jamie comes back for 66.
This is to get that break back.
48.
Not quite. And
Bradley,
Ruse
you
has got the
require
choice
38.
that Jack Twiddle had in game 1. He's going to split on dart 1. I'm not sure that was for a 10.
I think that was for a 6. Bit of a slit of the dart. And that's definitely a slit.
22.
So a bit
Jamie,
of
require
a
18.
disastrous visit there from Ruse.
Easy for us to say so, but the single 11 was a direct effect of missing the single he wanted. Double 8
2.
does not give us 2-2.
Bradley,
Ruse can get
require
away with
60.
this.
You can. And this would put him in a 3-1 lead.
Game on the fourth
and it
there.
does so.
Bradley Ruse.
This is a bit of a hard chore here for Jamie.
Fifth leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
This is not the position he would hope to be in his first match this morning.
134.
Yeah, based on what we've seen this week. And that's all we can go on, really. You would have had Jamie Hughes as a hot favourite to win this game. It is not turning out to be the
49.
case. Now, it's not done and dusted yet. But this is a difficult spot to get out of.
80.
He's had 8 darts at a double and he's hit 1. Ruse is 50%. So when he gets chances, on the whole, he's taking them out. And realistically speaking,
140.
who's under pressure in this game? Jamie. Is Bradley? Not really.
No, he's really got the freedom to throw, hasn't he? Because he knows that he's not going to be able to win Group A. He's either more likely to be in Group C.
Well, one thing I will say is if Bradley's putting himself
38.
under pressure to make Group B, then that is completely the wrong approach. Go out there, you've got one full day to open your shoulders.
100.
And that's a very rare thing to have here. When you come here to Portsmouth at the Live Lounge, you're going to be under pressure to perform most of the time. But every now and again, you'll have a day like this where you can play with freedom. And the worst case scenario is not
60.
that bad.
Jamie record 124.
Treble 18.
56.
Great opportunity to pressurise here. Get under 100. And Hughes will have to hit
55.
Well, he really should have gone for the bullseye with the last
68.
dart. 65 would have taken him under 130. Double 16 was a choice.
48. Bradley Rick 139.
Well, double 10 left, and he now has to hold his breath.
Well, can't be done now. So Jamie will be back for double 10.
59. Jamie require 20.
Keeps dragging that dart a little bit left. And a little bit under.
No score.
He does the right
Ready,
thing, but he
require
threw that
80.
third dart with a bit of vengeance. He is boiling up right now. Small 20. Big 20. Skinny double.
60. Jamie require 20.
Oh, Jamie really needs to get this double 10. Double 5 now. And he
10.
can't find it.
He's 1 from 14.
Bradley require.
And he will
20.
feel like this game is beyond him. Group A is very much alive and well.
Game.
Because
showdown
Jamie Hughes is going to go
match.
into round
Bradley
2 in
Ruse.
second position. We have a new leader in Group A in Stephen Johnston. And we have a first-time winner in round 1 for the week in Bradley Ruse. That's what he did. It didn't have to be spectacular. He gave us the first 180 of the day. But the reason he won that game was purely because he had chances and he took them. He wins by 4 legs to 1.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
against
done.
it. And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back, and what an interesting start to the day. If you wanted an exciting climax to Group A, you're going to get it. And you don't have to wait that long until we have a head-to-head between the top two. That will come after this. Well, Colin Osborne is having a very interesting chat with our Norwegian friend here. That was a little bit of out-of-context Colin Osborne there. You will support Middlesbrough, even though you're from Norway. I bet he won't. He's made of very stern stuff, is Kent, who is representing his beloved Norway. And Colin, who is representing Middlesbrough and England in this game, is also representing himself because he has a third place in the table to protect. Now, before we go too far into today, Osborne knows that he's not going to win this group. Mathematically, everything has to go right. He's got to win all 5 games. He knows that Hughes or Johnston are going to get to 20 points next. That's the best he can do. But with his leg difference, a good 9 behind the top spot right now, he's not going to win this group.
100.
So protecting the top 3 spot is his priority today.
Yeah, which would enable him to go into Group B, of course.
81.
He's one of only a small amount of players who have had,
100.
believe it or not, 3 clean sheets in a week.
You do like that word,
I
don't you?
do, I really do. So winning all of your games in a day, he's done that 3 times in a
60.
week. And that was a week he didn't even win.
$54.
But over the last couple of days, Colin's played some decent stuff. His average did dip by about 3 points yesterday. His doubles percentage has been pretty useful.
100.
He's hovering around that 40% mark.
Yeah, and at one time yesterday, it was over
100.
50%. So really did have a super day on his finishing yesterday. In one match against Kent, actually, he took out a 140, a 170,
Kent, you reckon 147.
double 18, and a 111. And that was against Kent yesterday.
Yeah, that game didn't last very long. It was about 9
82.
minutes.
Well, Kent will be hoping that he's not on the same form today as he was yesterday. That's for sure.
Colin won his first game of the day yesterday against Bradley Ruse, who didn't really get out of the blocks.
Kent, you reckon 65.
Well, he did lose his first game on Monday. This is good.
45.
Not quite good
Colin,
enough.
you reckon 135.
Opening the door for a second 135 of the day.
25 the shot, or bullseye. 75 left. 85.
87. Kent, you reckon 20.
Civison's finishing over the last couple of
Getting
days
shot
has
the
been a bit
first left.
sketchy, but not there.
Kent Civson.
His overall percentage
Colin to throw first.
for the
Okay.
week is just under 22%. But I don't think we should judge Kent based on this group. I think we
97.
can look at him with fresh eyes over the next couple of days. He's got a bit of exposure on the stage, getting more comfortable. And this is just
58.
the next step in his journey.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's a debutant here, and he openly admitted that he was very nervous Monday,
40.
just trying to take it all in. And I think he was surprised at how professional everything is here. And
100.
yeah, it really took some time for him to settle.
One of the things about the live lounge that some people won't know as they're watching on Pluto TV is that if you're in the vicinity of the live lounge, you can see it from quite a long way
58.
away because it's very high. You can see it from many parts of North End in Portsmouth. But when you get to the front
44.
door, you think, this looks nice. But nothing really prepares you for what it's like inside.
Absolutely not. It's an old church. It was a nightclub. And when you walk through them
59.
doors, you will not expect what you see.
It's always very interesting getting a first
170.
reaction when someone walks in here on their debut.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wow.
Yeah, this project has not stood still
60.
since day one, and that's not going to change.
Continually building on every aspect of the Modus
60.
Super Series. Beautiful building, look.
Indeed. We are yet to make this a cabriolet. I wouldn't be surprised if they did, actually. It's decent from Osborne, but Civson has a chance for 2-0. We've already seen one upset today. Would we really be that
36.
surprised if we get another one?
Colin requires 64.
64 then for Colin. So top set.
24.
I was a bit worried for that top shot when he missed the middle of the 16. He almost hit the double. There's a double here, but it's the bull.
61. Colin, you require 40.
So a chance now for Osborne to level the match. The tops.
Oh, that's tricky.
Game shot.
But that's precise.
Colin Osborne.
You saw a glimpse there of what he could see.
The leg, it's Kent. to
His
throw
darts go in the
first.
board very flat. And when he misses high,
Game on.
it's not a marker for him. He has to go left or right, and he knows exactly what he had to do, and he executed it perfectly.
He did.
42.
Just moved slightly to the right. Opened up the bed for himself and plonked it straight in to the double top.
That's more like it.
180. $87.
Well, first 180 of the match by Colin.
What we do see on Wednesdays, usually,
121.
as we were all holding our breath, is a reduction in standard on Wednesday morning because people walk into the building
100.
with extra pressure. Monday morning, it's just part of getting started. Tuesdays, keeping moving. Wednesdays about trying to finish the job. That's where pressure comes in. You look at any sporting discipline where you near the end of something,
60.
that's where things get more difficult. Ending a leg of darts, ending a campaign like this, finishing a vault in gymnastics. When you're getting closer to the vault, the heart will naturally pump a little bit
97.
more. That's how you manage yourself.
140.
They will define what the result will be. They always talk about the final 9 at the Masters on Sunday. I think Rory McIlroy handled that quite well. Didn't Scotty Scheffler handle it well at Quail Hollow on Sunday to get his third major trophy. That's why he's the world number 1. And Colin's been in the top 10 in the world.
43.
I think a lot of people tend to forget that.
80.
So 20 now for tops.
60.
And he can't
Kent
find
number
it.
132.
So a chance now for Kent to take out this 132. Bullseye first. Finds it. Is he going to stay there? He did. Kind of like rushed that second dart.
76. Colin, you require 20.
Yeah, I think he did rush that second dart. Maybe a little bit of a rush of blood to the head.
Game shot on the third leg.
As Osborne takes the
Colin
lead
Osborne.
with a break of throat.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first.
The one thing
Game on.
that Colin's never going to lose is his composure. As someone who's been playing against him since 2009,
45.
I can honestly say, hand on heart, that his stage demeanour or his hockey demeanour is exactly the same as it's always been.
100.
He's been through his trials and tribulations, the mental side of the game, the technical side of the game, but the one thing he's always had is that stage and hockey composure.
85.
It is pretty much impossible to break him.
60.
You very rarely see him angry either, do you, on the hockey? If he's disappointed
99.
with somebody, he'll smile about it.
He's not that kind of guy. He, like many other people, he's had his trials and tribulations in his life.
60.
But his ability to handle adversity is mythical. That story, I'm sure, will be told in its entirety at some point. It's not for me to say.
But
the talent is still there. I've played him at the Match Play, the European Championship, the World Grand Prix, various floor tournaments.
125. Colin, you require 92.
He's a joyous guy to be around, but as a competitor, it's like trying to break down plastic. He won't be broken down there. That's a beautiful checkout.
Yeah, great darts there from
Kent to throw first.
Colin Osborne.
Game on.
Moves into a 3-1 lead.
I remember my reaction
24.
when I was drawn against Colin for the 2009 European Championship in Hofdorp. And my reaction was, oh, not him. It wasn't a personal thing. It was, oh, he's just so good. And he duly gave me a tonking. But that was the tournament
60.
that is largely heralded as the greatest tournament performance ever by Philip Taylor.
41.
He won all 5 games in that tournament. His tournament average was over 110.
Wow.
And there's no coverage of it anywhere, which is a crime. So it will be anecdotal forever.
85.
Speak to Colin. Speak to Steve Beaton, who made the final. Speak to Gary Anderson, who was the person who got closest to Taylor in the quarterfinals.
190.
Nobody in the entire universe was going to beat Taylor that week. He was, for the want of a better phrase, on another planet. The person he played in the first round of that tournament is no longer with us. We lost him recently, Tungriva.
58.
It doesn't look like Osborne's going to lose this match. He looks way too solid.
100.
Yeah, consistent match here from Colin.
99.
Yeah, it's been solid without being spectacular.
160.
Couple of maximums. A ton plus finish is yet to be found. But he could change that here and change his points total as well.
Well, needs a treble 20. Just goes into the treble 5. So we'll have a pop at the 160.
81 left. There's a call here for 25.
85.
I like it. He's trying to get himself under a certain number to make sure that there's a guaranteed shot, which he will now get to win by 4 legs to 1.
100.
People don't want to leave 62 anymore, or 66. They want to leave 59 or 56 or 31. This would win him the game.
Game showdown.
And his finishing very much won him that one. He's now got a nice healthy gap between himself in third position and the bottom 3. But mathematically, he is still in the fight. It's still very, very, very unlikely. But winning by 4 legs to 1, he's got himself to 12 points. And his leg difference isn't that far behind the top 2 anymore, who are just about to go head-to-head at the start of round 2. There it is, the resplendent live lounge here in Portsmouth. A perfect setting for the next game, which is a tussle between the top two in Group A of week number 2 in Series 11. It's a battle of the men in white. I'm sure it's going to be one of these guys who's going to win this group. They have a 6-point cushion over Colin Osborne with 4 games left. One will go to 20 points. The other will become the hunter.
First leg against Stephen to throw first.
Jamie really has
Game
to
on.
up his game here, going on his previous match.
66.
And it was a loss, of course. Johnston going into this with confidence.
Hughes played pretty well against Johnston on
93.
Monday. It was a terrific game. 50% on the doubles from Yozza. Nearly a 95 average.
100.
But yesterday, as Hughes just came off the top a little bit, Johnston exposed the tiny frailties in the game of Hughes that we saw on Tuesday.
93.
4-1 win. And a better performance on the outer ring from the Scot gave him the first defeat
97.
of Hughes' campaign, which has now seen a second at the hands of Bradley Ruse. This has got a big game feel,
99.
but because of the way this works, this is just the second notch on the ladder.
59.
If you'd have offered Johnston the opportunity that if he won his last game against Kent Civson today in the match 15, that would win him the group,
93.
he would have said, I'll take it. I wonder if he would now.
59. Jamie require 123.
It's going to be nip and tuck, isn't it, between these two? Well, needed the treble 18 there.
83. Stephen require 120.
Does leave him for tops, but will he get a chance? Needs the treble.
60. Jamie require
First to the double is Hughes against the darts.
Game shot on the first
Much
leg.
more like
Jamie
it.
Hughes.
In his first game, he was 1 from 14.
Second leg, it's Jamie to throw
This
first.
game, he's 1 from
Game.
1. Now it's just a question of keeping it going. There's a big gap between the experience of these two. Of that, there's no doubt.
140.
Jamie's been doing top-level stuff for well over a decade, whereas Johnston is just starting his career over the last 18
60.
to 24 months. Speaking to us this morning, he was saying that he does a lot of his shooting in ADC darts, where a lot of people are starting their careers these days.
Yeah, absolutely.
140.
That's another great tour that everyone's able to take part in.
100.
He's had a few walk-on songs over the years, hasn't he?
Has he?
Yeah, he had Don't Stop Me Now by Queen. That was very much the fault of his ex-manager.
180.
He had We Will Rock You, which again, I'm sure was the fault of his ex-manager.
100. Jamie require 41.
He used to have Love Will Tear Us Apart, which is something that Leeds fans don't like. And
25.
Jamie likes this position. That could have been a 4-visit leg, but he'll take a 5.
85. Jamie requires
Well, he
60.
did like to another treble there, but double 8 then for Jamie. Double 4. Can he use that dart? He
8.
can't. He tried
Stephen
to.
156.
He did try to. But he will return for a 3rd visit at the outer
45.
ring.
Jamie require 8.
That's very rarely a good thing.
Game shot on the
That will be
second.
relief
Jamie
and nothing
Hughes.
else. A 2-0 lead should have been his a little
So
bit
like
earlier,
it's
but it is
Stephen to
his.
throw first.
Yeah, just
Game on.
manages to hold on to his throw. there, having broke Johnston in the first
60.
leg. All his hard work was nearly undone there.
I think we focus on a lot
96.
on individual achievements when people come here. Doesn't matter how much experience they've got. Johnston may have won
85.
various vault events in Scotland, maybe some independent opens. But do we place enough importance on team achievements?
180.
I'm not sure we do. This individual performance from Hughes is way better than the Scot right
100.
now. But we're talking about a player, this player, who has won the Europe Cup and the World Cup for his
65.
country.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hard enough to get
95.
into those teams.
Jamie,
Never mind
require
winning the thing.
160.
He's won them both. He might just be about to win this leg.
100. Stephen, number 161.
Johnston needs something to happen. And fast.
95. Jamie requires 60.
So 60 now for Jamie. That was too close to the treble 20, but he
James
finds
on
the
third
tops
leg. Jamie Hughes.
and goes into a 3-0 lead against Stephen Johnson.
Fourth leg against Jamie to throw first. Game on.
I didn't forecast this.
Now, I thought that Stephen winning his first match,
137.
he would come into this with all guns blazing, but Jamie really has upped his game.
140.
Yeah, this is more like the Jamie that was playing against Johnston on Monday. But just by winning this match doesn't guarantee success in this group.
57.
Hughes has a break after this. He's got Civson in game 8.
100.
Johnston plays again before Jamie against Osborne. That seems fairly tricky. If Hughes gets the victory by, say, 4-0 or 4-1 here, and if Johnston trips up again against Osborne, Jamie could be really close to the finishing line by the halfway point of today.
Yeah, so we're getting down to the nitty-gritty now. This is where leg difference comes in as well,
91.
along the way for positioning.
It needed to be good.
140.
It is good.
Jamie, 160.
But if this is good, for Hughes, this will be ideal for another ton plus checkout. And the victory.
Shot on the mark.
That game did
Jamie
not last
Hughes.
long. Just a shade over 7.5 minutes. And just when question marks were being planted against Jamie Hughes, he has a very vivid answer. He doesn't show us a great deal of a smile, but inside he'll be beaming at that one. 116 check at the best of the match, the final 3 darts of the match. 4 out of 11 on the doubles and a 95 average, and the ideal result that puts Jamie Hughes back at the top of the table.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. the new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. I think we've all taken a bit of a breath after that 4th game. We didn't expect Jamie Hughes to win by 4-0 against the then table topper Stephen Johnston, but it happened, and things are as they were at the start of play. But Osborne, with 12 points in the table now, with a win over Jack Twiddle, can get to 14 points and could inch closer to the top 2. There's not really much pressure on these guys. Colin will feel that he's got enough in the locker to get Group B at worst. But Jack is 6 points behind Colin in the table. If he wants to get a Group B spot, he can't falter from now to the end. Because yet again, he has lost his first round match today.
First leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Different coloured stars today. He's got the base colour of black, and then it was
68.
blue stars. It was red stars yesterday. Today he's got the white star. Something about white today. Everybody's wearing white.
58.
Apart from Jack.
Is that these dart players' way of saying they want Spurs to win the Europa League tonight?
No, I don't think so.
100.
Just a coincidence?
I don't think they're even thinking about the football, to be fair. I think they're just concentrating on their darts.
125.
So that's more on me than the players.
Yes.
Fair point. Yeah,
97.
good switching from Colin. His first game was pretty useful. Average wasn't that high, but his doubles were excellent. Do you think that he's going to be pushed a little bit more by Jack than, say, by Kent, who was his last opponent? But time will tell.
121.
And Colin leaves himself on 115. Would love another treble.
100. Colin, you require 150.
Can't find it. So Treble 20, he finds. 15, he finds. Top cent.
75. Jack, you reckon 122.
Twiddle's not going to get a shot at tops. Is he going to get a shot at the bull? There's your answer.
61. Colin to require.
So Colin a chance now to take the first leg of this match. Double top.
Scooches right again. He'll have to do it again. Oh, my
No
word.
score.
You can't get much closer than that, can you?
It's like 3 pigeons sitting on a fence. Salt in the
Game on
wound.
first leg.
Twiddle finds what
Twiddle.
Osborne couldn't.
Yeah, pinches
Second
the
against
leg.
Jack to throw first. Game on.
Takes the darts. Off Osborne.
Twiddle, at this point in time, looks like he's going to be in Group C, which this week will welcome Wes Newton, Tom Cromwell, and Lloyd Walker will be back.
100.
He'll be back with his left arm and his right arm. And if he's hitting maximums, I wonder if he's going to be celebrating them again.
97.
He's a good fast player. He's local. If he makes Saturday night, this place is going to be rammed. Group B this week, which is likely for Colin. He would be, if he qualifies for that group,
125.
up against Mike Warburton, the dangerous man from Wrexham, Lewis Gurney, England international, and Scott Taylor, the former series champion from Bolton.
140.
Tough groups. They're always tough groups, though, to be fair.
174.
What a shot there.
Jack
Colin
on
Osborne
124.
leaves himself on 102. But Jack on 124.
Bull.
79.
That's some
Colin
distance
Liverpool,
away.
102.
Well, off the back of the Dundas, Osborne goes for a ton plus check out to equalise. That was for treble 20.
28.
Twiddle is
Jack
getting
45.
some nice spots here. That's an
Game on the
exceptional
second.
dart.
Jack Twiddle.
I thought if he was going to hit that 32, it would have been in the lower part of it, not in the top bit.
Third leg, it's Colin to throw
Yeah, it
first.
looked like it was
Game
covered, didn't it, from his previous dart? And yeah, so he did well to get it over the top there. 2-0 lead then for Jack.
100.
These guys are from places that do like a bit of red. Swindon Town and Middlesbrough, both
100.
red-coloured football teams. I'm not even sure what Swindon Town are doing these days. They used to be a big hitter.
60.
I think the most famous thing about Swindon these days is that's where Ahmed moved in Gavin and Stacey.
140.
There are certain shows, and we'd love the Modus Super Series to be like
60.
this. There are certain shows that have so much connectivity to life itself. So if you mention something, you can take it back to that show. So whenever someone says 180 on the street, just think of the Modus Super Series and the call by the referee.
Yeah, you get some characters in this game as well.
60. Jack, you require 81.
Yeah, this is a good performance. Where has this been this week?
49.
It may just be a little bit too late to challenge for the group, of course, for Jack. But he has an opportunity over the next couple of hours to show the people coming into the groups tomorrow, this is what they're going to be up against.
145. Jack, you require 32.
So double 16 for Jack. Moves over slightly And
Age
finds
on
it with
the
his
third
third dart.
Jack
And that's a
Twiddle.
3-0 lead over Colin Osborne.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first.
It is one game all this week between these two, but they have played each other recently in a challenge to a semi-final. Jack won that one because he would go on to win the title, and he's looking very likely to win this game as well. And as far as the 2 points in this game are concerned, looks like they're moving to Swindon.
Well, Jack currently averaging 99. Colin on 84.5. So this is what we've missed of Jack, really, this week.
Yeah, this is what he's capable of.
81.
It's good to see as well. He is a former finalist on a Saturday night. He lost out to Andy Hamilton. Funnily enough, one of Osborne's better pals from the tour. You put those two cats together, they can be quite mischievous.
Oh, I can imagine. I've worked a number of times with Andy. And yes.
81.
I celebrated Colin's
Jack,
birthday with Andy and
144.
Colin once. Interesting times.
Did you survive? Clearly you did.
Colin might not have.
120.
That was a great attempt at a 144. Fair to say I wasn't right for a few days. I blame Colin.
140.
But he'll blame himself for leaving 159. It might be not enough. Could be our second consecutive 4-0. Could still be when he comes back.
Yeah, and like you say, he will be back because Colin's left a no finish.
35.
And doesn't
Jack,
really punish it
124.
either. So 24. He
Go
takes it with his
showdown
first
the
start, and
match.
that's a 4-0
Jack
victory
Twiddle.
over Colin Osborne for Jack Twiddle.
Yeah, great result for Jack. That will put him in a better position on points. His first win of the day. And now it's only Kent Civson that doesn't have a victory for today. Twiddle's now got 8 points and a better leg difference than Bradley Ruse, but Osborne has been stopped and he can't win this group anymore.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. got to be 19th for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
International pairs will be back later in the year. And again, that week will be graced by the International Oranges. So there you go. The Netherlands are going to be back. As for the players that will represent the Netherlands, we're going to announce that on Saturday. So you're going to have to wait. But Canada and the Netherlands, two nations that have seen world champions crowned in the male game, they will be represented once again. And the defending champions, the Netherlands, will have a crack at a second international pairs in August. If you want to get your tickets for that one, you might want to be quick, because that was very, very popular in the last fortnight. But great that we've been able to introduce that to the schedule here in 2025 with the likes of the Women's Weeks alongside our influencer events. And it's not just about Modus Super Series action. We do try and change things up a bit. And things have been changed up a bit over the course of the last 5 matches here. Bradley Ruse off to a flyer, taking out Jamie Hughes. But since then, Jamie has put it right, and he's back on top of the table now.
93.
Curiously, Trina, our first 5 games have all been won against the throw.
43.
Yeah, it has. And the first 3 games of yesterday were the same. So we'll see if this continues
100.
for the rest of the day.
So much for this notion that having the throw is an advantage. Because
41.
9 times yesterday, games were won against the darts. 7 times on Monday as well. So that's 16 plus 5, 21 times.
28.
From 35 games, it's been won against throw.
Yeah, well, when you look at the statistics like that, then, you know, it does make you wonder whether the advantage of throwing first is actually an advantage. Of course, technically speaking, it is, if games were to go to throw.
140.
There are going to be breaks of throw, we know that. But very rarely do we see a game
41.
where everything is a hold of
Bradley
throw.
require 140.
And Bradley's going to be very well settled in this game, because for the first time this week, he's won his first round match.
130.
Well, that was unlucky there. That 140 finish. But he's got plenty of time on his hands.
43. Bradley
way
require
back.
10.
So 10 then for Bradley. Looks like he's split in, which is sensible. Double 4 then.
That could be a marker. Oh!
2.
Well, that is unlucky.
Wow, what a... Just fell out of the treble, of the double, sorry.
By the way, I love that the
40
referee
foot.
just gave it the 2.
Bradley, you require 8.
And then he just addressed the board again as if to say, right, back to the
Game
back
shot on
of
the
Q
first leg.
for you, but it is
Bradley
1-0 for Ruse.
Yeah, it was fortunate there that Kent was
Second leg, it's
way
Kent
back
to
and
first.
wasn't
Game
in a
on.
position to penalise that unfortunate fallout of dart by Bradley Ruse in the double 4.
137.
Manages, gets another chance to take the leg.
Notice how he did change to the red flights.
60.
It hasn't changed back. I don't think that's an accident.
No, like we say, us dart players can be quite suspicious,
97.
quite sceptical sometimes.
Very much so. Why would you change when you're doing this?
125.
Just a little bit out of position with that third dart. He was on the move. Now, if you're an aspiring dart player and you want to know what your faults are,
121.
with modern technology, you don't necessarily have to speak to someone who's an expert. Just get someone to film you while you're throwing. He gets it right this time. He was still on the move on dart 3,
146.
but his timing was better.
And also, he had 2 perfect darts that he could use to bounce off and into the
125.
treble.
Bradley Rick 136.
I don't think he wanted that treble 15. Like it or lump it, 21 is the checkout he's looking for when he comes back.
60. Again, you require
He
21.
might look at the 5 here. Don't call him Kent. Call him Blackjack if he hits this.
Game shot on the second leg.
Or Pontoon, depending on where you're from. 1-1 it is.
Third leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Every time I remind myself that his nickname is Kick-Ass,
140.
I am so on board with it. I cannot wait
120
for the reaction of the network that's covering the World Cup when they realise his nickname is Kick-Ass.
He don't look like a kick-ass, does he? It just looks so laid back.
It's the quiet ones you've got to be wary of.
Well, that is true.
100.
You know Dave Honey, don't you?
I do.
He's one of them.
Yeah.
You think, oh, he just looks like Dave from around the corner, plays decent dart.
81.
Yeah. He's like Chuck Norris.
Yes, I know. I am aware of that. He's not someone to have a fallout with, that's for sure.
Lovely guy, Dave.
91.
Been playing darts for a long time.
He has. I played alongside him for Warwickshire.
59.
Bradley's got a chance at
Bradley
170
require
here.
170.
See if he can reel in this big fish.
$56.
I'm not even sure if they like fish in the Netherlands. What kind of fish do they have there? Trout?
It's a lot of
100.
herring.
Ah.
Bradley require
Well,
140.
Kent will know about that. They've got a lot of herring up in Scandinavia. Beautiful fish. And of course, some fish come with some raw,
98.
like
Bradley
scallops
require
and
138.
salmon and things like that. That was a bad joke.
I didn't like to say, but yes, you're right.
98. Bradley, you require 60.
Oh, this is for the lead. it feels like he's had control of this game. Maybe having the darts gives him that, which is something we haven't said much today.
Game
That's
shot
a
on the
beautifully
third,
executed
Bradley
shot.
Ruse.
Yeah, uses the barrel of the previous dart.
Full flag, it's Kent to throw
Get that
first.
little deflection that he needed.
Game on.
Leads this match by 2 legs to 1.
You know, yesterday we were talking about famous Kents. What about famous Bradleys?
140.
You got Brad Pitt, ain't you?
I like that your mind went there first. Mine went to Bradley Cooper.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Very, very talented man.
123.
Yeah, but you've got to say Brad Pitt's the most famous Brad.
He's been around forever, hasn't he?
Yeah.
How good does he look for someone in his 60s?
46.
I'd like to know what him and Tom Cruise have for breakfast.
Yeah, Tom's another one, isn't he?
We had a very famous actor in Portsmouth just a few months ago filming a movie. Ryan Gosling was on the pier.
96.
See, when you come to the Super Series, you don't know who you're going to run into.
81.
Yeah, ask Adrian Lewis that. When he won his second world title, he ran into Prince Harry.
Where was that in, then?
That was at Alexandra Palace.
Well, he was actually at
He was
Alexander.
there watching Adrian's
Oh,
final,
okay.
yeah.
All right.
Adrian,
58.
as he is, he just walks up to Prince Harry, gives him a kiss on the cheek and says, "All right, duck." And security swarmed on him.
Oh, no surprise. I can just see him doing that as well.
60.
Oh, 224. He's really got to stay on the 20s with dart 2. Look at that.
He finds the treble.
100.
That's a good shot there.
Yeah, it really was. Second dart was an absolute masterpiece. You could say it was like Vincent van Gogh,
60.
but this leg could be Vincent van
Bradley
Gogh
require
if
124.
he takes 1, 2, 4 out.
Well, finds the treble 20. Ball then. Can't find the ball.
91.
He's painting a pretty good picture there, but he didn't sign it. We're seeing some odd numbers left in this game.
27.
21, 33.
Bradley require 33.
Just taking his time. So double 16 for a 3-1 lead. Double 8 then. And he finds it with his third dart.
Bradley Ruse.
And does indeed move to a 3-1 lead in this match.
Fifth flag, it's Bradley to throw first.
There's a bit of intensity about Bradley today.
Game on.
This is a battle of the bottom two. It's not a bad game. This is a really good performance from Bradley. It's composed. I don't know if he's spoken to anybody since the last time he was here, but he does seem to still have that fire.
140.
But it's being used better.
Yeah, it's more controlled.
43.
And it can be exhausting when your outbursts then, if you like, on stage, like
55.
Gezi does. I could never do that. It would just be too exhausting for me.
I did it a few times. Regretted it once.
100.
Rest of the time, not so much.
All your adrenaline just seeps from you, and you know, that's the adrenaline that you need.
Yeah, you've got to time it well. And I think that's something that, say, a getter in Price has done very well over the years. He's mastered the energy that you need to have in a long format match.
Yeah, it works for some. It doesn't work for me.
59. Bradley, you
I'll
require
just do it quietly inside.
167.
think the end might be nigh in this game.
100
Beautifully crafted.
Yeah, great darts there from Bradley Ruse. Leaves himself 28 when he returns.
121.
This very much feels like his best performance of the week.
28.
He might have had a higher average than this, but this has been controlled. And it is a win. With a 13 darter, Bradley Ruse is now putting distance between himself and Civson in 6th position. He may even nick a spot in Group B if he keeps playing like that. 40% on the doubles, always a decent barometer. The 92 plus average and the sole 180 and 170 plus shot coming from Bradley, meaning he wins by 4 legs to 1. Just when you think that we've figured out what Group A is all about, we have some results that throw a little bit of dust into the wind. Bradley Ruse is the only person who has won both games today. And 5 of the 6 games have been won against the darts. I would like to say that it's bucking the trend, but it has been a bit of a trend over the last couple of days. So it's bucking nothing. But now we go to the table and we see 2 very interesting things. Jamie Hughes is back on top at the expense of Stephen Johnston. Osborne is not safe for Group B because he's been stalling. And there are 2 people chasing him down. So this is all to play for with 3 rounds to go. And just like that, we've got Johnston up against Osborne. And they've both got their battles. Johnston wants to get back on top. But he's not going to do it through this match alone. He's 5 legs behind Jamie Hughes in the leg difference column. But if he gets the 2 points, he will put pressure back on Hughes when he takes on Civson next. Osborne with a win would get to 14 points and have a 4-point cushion over the charging Bradley Ruse, whose previous performance was pretty much the best he's had this week.
To throw first. Game on.
Yeah, an important match for both players here
140.
for different reasons. And a good start there from Johnston.
Yeah, for some reason, it just didn't click
60.
against Jamie Hughes. It had a bit of a big game feel to it. One person played well, one not so much. But the good thing for Stevie is that it didn't stop his chance of winning the group just yet.
55.
No, still has the opportunity. And of course, it does all depend
140.
on how Jamie does as well in his other games.
Well, here's a baffler. Johnston could win his next 3 games, finish on 24 points in the group, and he might not win it. But he might win this leg.
107.
He's got a lead of 332.
Well,
until that shot.
No score.
Colin has not produced anything of significance.
I think Johnston's reaction was crystal clear. He didn't want a 10 on the last effort to split this shot. This time he gets the 6.
Game
And
shot
a different result.
Stephen Johnston.
When you build up that tension in a leg like that, it's really important, even if you are feeling relief, to do something that all great sports people do.
26.
Acknowledge that you are relieved, but use the symptoms of that to make yourself feel better for the next challenge, which doesn't take long in darts. Big inhale, hold the breath, and then exhale slowly. It's about controlling the diaphragm just under the lungs. This is what firefighters do. And special forces, people in the military. When you're under pressure, you've got to be able to control it. They do so in
81.
very hot, smoky, and pressure-filled battle situations. It's a little bit easier to do it in sport, but it is a transferable skill.
$59. $95.
I could talk about that subject forever. Done a lot of research and watched a lot of programs about performing under pressure. The guy who plays Thor, Chris Hemsworth, he did a show talking about
100.
walking at the top of a building in Sydney and being afraid of heights and being able to control your heartbeat and your anxiety. It's fascinating stuff.
Well, rather him than me, I have to say. Although I'm not particularly scared of heights, to be fair. But I'm sure when you do something of that intense pressure,
60. Stephen Inver 125.
I might get a bit of a wobble.
Nothing wrong with a wobble. But if you can control it and still perform whilst it happens,
49. Colin Inver
you will build
160.
resilience. And that's what you need in this kind of format. Because there are going to be ups and downs. This checkout yesterday for Johnston,
76.
he took it out in his last match
Stephen Inver 76.
against Twiddle in 2.
36.
Well,
Colin
not this
Inver
time.
40.
So a chance now for Colin to take out this 40 to level the match.
Game
Does
shot
so
the
with his
second
first
leg.
start.
Colin Osborne.
Does indeed level the match at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Are you a fan of AI, Trina?
I think it can be dangerous.
70.
I thought of a really good idea.
Go on then.
The referees that we've had in the past who are no longer with us, we could take samples of their voice and
97.
bring them back a little bit. We could get a little bit more Freddie Williams.
Do like an ABBA thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
100.
Why not?
I don't think our referees here are going to be happy to hear that. We're going to replace them with holograms. You
84.
can't recreate what the dart players do. Maybe you can do so in a video game, but
60.
human beings, that's what this sport is all about. And yes, we like our human being referees. I'm only just making a point about artificial intelligence. We like artificial intelligence here from Colin.
180.
Yeah, super darts there from Colin. Leaves himself 140.
133.
Well, that was a
Colin
risky
Inver
shot.
140.
I thought he was going to go for the 25 to leave 170, but it did pay off.
Oh, the shot's on. Double 10. And he
Game
finds it.
shot,
Another
the
140
third leg.
outshot.
Colin Osborne.
Colin Osborne. He had one yesterday.
Fourth leg, it's Colin.
done
to
it
throw
again today.
first.
Can I ask a
Game.
question? Why did he go tops yesterday and 2 treble 20s today? It must have something to do with the first start and its placement. If we look back at the 140 from yesterday, the 60 was hit at the top.
125.
Here it was hit at the bottom. If that's not artificial intelligence, I don't know what is.
43.
Yeah, it must be, like you say, the way that it was lying in the treble 20. He felt confident on that time that he could slip another one in.
$140.
This game is cranking up now. Osborne has
140.
shown up because in his first game, after a 4-1 victory against Civson, he played decent stuff. He wasn't really allowed to manoeuvre too much against Twiddle.
140.
But this is exceptional.
Yeah, currently at 96 average for
100.
Colin.
Colin requires 96.
And he requires 96.
Spots like this, 56 is not a bad shot. 96 is better.
88.
Things are getting a bit sketchy here for
58.
Johnston.
Colin, you require
The more this
8.
day is going on, it looks more likely he's going to be playing tomorrow.
So double 4 for Colin. Double 2.
That's a marker.
4.
And he doesn't get the skid off the barrel.
Stevie number 160.
The wrong side of the barrel. So a chance for Johnston on this 160. Finds it. And needed the tops, but
120.
couldn't be found.
Colin Iroquois, 4.
The
Game
double
shot on
2
the
is
full
found.
back.
It's
Colin
3-1
Osborne.
Osborne. And when he lost his second game
The
today,
verdict,
we knew he
Stevenson
was
throw
not going to win this
first.
group.
Game on.
But with a player of his caliber still out there,
100.
he was always going to cause trouble. Here's the scenario because Hughes
85.
plays next. He's got 20 points. Johnston, if he stays on 18 points with a
95.
loss here, Hughes could go 4 points ahead with only 2 rounds to go. Then if Johnston wants to win the group, he would need to beat Bradley Ruse
83.
and Kent Civson, and he would need Hughes to lose to Osborne and Twiddle. Now, that's a scenario that isn't really out of the ordinary. That's incredibly possible.
100.
But it is asking for a lot.
Yeah, the situation has come now where, like we said, relying on other people to make mistakes.
60.
It really is where leg difference as well can play a massive part
99.
Yeah, especially now.
in the positioning, yeah.
You lose a game 4-0, and especially when you lose it to the person you're trying to catch. That's an 8-leg swing.
Yeah, it can be
28.
brutal.
Stevie Iroquois, 70.
So 70 now. Well, I went for the treble 10s, just slipped into the treble 15.
25 left. He'll come back for double 8 to keep this game alive. Osborne might have one eye on the next leg where he'll have the darts.
Yeah, all he can do is try and pressure the shot.
125. Stephen Iroquois, 16.
So double 8 for Stephen. Oh, that's awkward.
8.
Look how awkward it was.
Colin Iroquois, 120.
And his table position might be about to get more awkward as well. It's ladder climbing time. Or is he thinking 2 bulls? He thought about it.
40. Stephen Iroquois, 8.
I've been lauding his board management, but I can't get behind going for tops there.
Game shot.
It didn't make any difference. It's 3-2.
Well, Osborne with the darts in this leg.
Throw first. Game on.
So throwing for the match.
$55.
A good score here from Johnston.
85.
Would have put the cat amongst the pigeons a little bit, but only manages 85 himself.
I love that phrase. Putting the
80.
cat amongst the pigeons. I always thought it'd be more chaotic to put a pigeon amongst a bunch of cats.
100.
Yeah, they'd be fighting over it, wouldn't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You put a cat amongst pigeons and everybody flies away. Yeah.
Trust you to think like that.
That's how I think.
97.
I was a very curious child. I was always asking
100.
why.
Now, that's not a bad thing.
That's
The way
what
to learn.
That's what it used to be like watching darts on TV back in the 80s. I'd ask my granddad, why has he gone that route? Why has he gone for treble 18 there? He'd have
99.
all the answers.
$100.
Well, Osborne
Rolling
now.
require 170.
170. He did take it out on Tuesday. Can he do it again? No, he can't. So a chance for Johnston to come back and take out the 116
40.
to level
Stephen
the match.
116.
Things may be changing,
98.
but things might be ending.
30.
We've talked about fish today, and now we're looking for a small one, or at least we were.
50. Stephen require 18.
So to level the match at 3 apiece, that is awkward.
9.
Look what that dart did.
Colin require
It
80.
just said locked. I think if he'd thrown 25 darts at that double 9 covered, he may have hit it once. Osborne's on double 10 to put him out of his round 3 misery for a second consecutive defeat for Johnston. It wasn't close. Johnston is still kicking.
9.
So double 4. Double 2 then. And he finds it
Game
with his
shoulder
third dart.
six.
And we go into
Stephen
a
Johnston.
deciding leg.
7 from final leg. It's Stephen to throw first.
Well, that's our first game that has gone the distance today. And in fact,
Game on.
it's one of only 2 games that have had more than 5 legs. It's been a rapid Wednesday so far. Oh, look at that. Great timing.
180.
Believe it or not, that is his first 180 of the day. What a time to get it.
Yeah, absolutely perfect timing.
99.
Has the darts as well in this leg, so to hit a maximum there, couldn't have asked for any better.
45.
But he doesn't back it up.
Yeah, just to put it into perspective, a maximum is only brilliant if you can back it up with a big shot. What he's got now is the equivalent of a 125 and a ton. It's still pretty good.
$140.
Makes up for it a little bit there. Leaves himself on 136. Colin on 307.
$58.
Well, this is where having the darts
Even
is a bit of a
136.
diamond. Especially if you're playing this well.
96.
I've said for years that we need to have a T-shirt in darts called Tops After 12. Because it's a great position to be in.
100.
Yeah, and tops he
Even
does
require
require for the match.
It's a win.
Shot in the match.
For so long in that
Stephen
game,
Johnston.
we were talking about the fact that Johnston might have to win his last 2 matches just to make sure that Jamie Hughes goes to the finishing post, needing to get 4 legs in his last match. He might still have to do that, but that was a grind. Johnston with an 83 average, somewhat, just like his opponent. 4 out of 22. He had 13 more darts at a double and wins by 4 legs to 3.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Jamie Hughes has got company once again. And as we go into the middle match of the day on Pluto TV here at the Modus Super Series, Kent Civson is in the way of Hughes this time. He's had the better of the Norwegian the last couple of days, and he needs to get the better of him again. Because if he doesn't, we will go into the last 2 rounds with 2 people tied on 20 points. But the one thing that really helps Jamie coming into this game is that he played really well against Stevie Johnston in Game 4. And he's had a nice break after that to gather his thoughts as to how he moves on for the rest of Wednesday.
First leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
So are we going to get more of the Jamie from round 1 or the Jamie from round 2?
55.
Well, I think sometimes the break can hinder you. The longer break. Especially if you've
59.
won in your previous match. You're just eager to get back on the board. If you've lost, then you could probably do with the break.
Yeah, it's a good point.
97.
One thing about Group A is that you have various lengths between matches. You could have a 3-game break. You could have a
99.
1-game break. That's somewhere between 10 minutes and an hour and a half. You just got to be able to manage that. But I think that's something, if you've played
41.
various Pro Tour venues or events around the world, this is something you just get used to.
You would like to think so.
134.
But it is slightly different out there in the practice room, and you're looking, it's quite intense as to, because you're knowing exactly what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, you can't escape it.
63.
You're not going to find anybody down there saying, "Can I have my own practice room, please?"
Absolutely not.
62.
I have actually come across someone who has requested that. I'll tell you the tale in the next leg. I'm not ashamed of it.
Wow.
100.
It wasn't me, by the way.
147.
I'm not made of that kind of stuff.
67 left.
97.
Leaves himself 50.
Jamie Ever 145.
Can't be done now.
45. Can you require 50?
For an immediate break of throw.
18.
That was very close.
Jamie require 100.
That was unlucky. Treble 20 for tops for Yozza. 210s then.
80.
And he can't find it, so
Can you require 32?
Kent be back for double 16.
Game
And he
shot
finds it with his
leg.
first start.
Kent Civson.
Takes the first leg, and there's a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Just when you think things are getting a little bit easier to interpret, you see a break of throw from the person in 6th
100.
position against the top dog. This group is giving me a headache.
140.
But yes, back in 2009, I was at a Players' Championship event in Killarney in Ireland.
136.
Indeed. The Glen Eagle Hotel has hosted many an event. And the ranking event on the Sunday was a very, very important one for a lot of people.
85.
I made it through to the final. I'm standing on the stage for about 10 minutes after I've been introduced thinking, is Phil Taylor going to turn up?
57.
As per the rules, I could have called the clock on him. But I thought, no, I'll just wait. He made me wait 10 minutes.
Wow.
And the reason he did is because he had his own practice room
99.
in another part of the building.
Oh, okay.
He didn't want to practice with us mere mortals. I was reliably informed that that was for security reasons.
21.
Which, judging by the way things are at Killarney with the crowd very close to you, I can kind of understand it.
120.
But in retrospect, I should have called the clock on him because he beat me 6-0.
That would look like sour grapes, though, then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
97.
It was a
Jamie
long
require
time ago.
55.
55 then. Slips into the big two. 13 then. One dart at tops to level the match. And he
Game
finds
shot on
it.
the second leg. Jamie
1-1.
Hughes.
Yeah, great shot. Needed something
Third
like
leg is
that
Jamie to throw first. Game on.
just to turn the tide a little bit.
$60.
It takes very, very big things to turn tides on this planet. Tsunamis and that thing in the sky called the moon. But the tide in
100.
sport can be turned very quickly in this sport.
$100.
1969 they landed on the moon for the first time and they decided to play golf on it, not darts.
think there's a reason for that.
140.
I think the dart would still be in the air.
Exactly.
$96.
Maybe one day we'll have a championship on Mars.
$60.
That's if Elon Musk has got anything to do with it. That'll be our next outpost. Portsmouth and Mars.
No, it should be on Pluto.
Oh, that's
Oh.
a great... Yeah, not a planet, but
See? Yeah.
darts on Pluto. Yes, live coverage, which... Has a 15-hour delay.
140. Jamie Ever 164.
It's probably more than that, actually. It's quite a long way away. Are we going to get a third
84.
consecutive break here?
61.
Well, it could well be. Kent on 61.
That's okay.
That's a 19 now for tops. And he finds it
on the third leg.
with his third dart.
Civson.
Nearly hits the double 19 with his second dart.
Kent to throw first.
But finds it. And a break of throw.
This is not a bad performance. This is an 86.5 average. These kind of numbers can do a lot of damage.
130.
He looks like someone who's got zero pressure on him all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's enjoying himself, isn't he?
$140.
Yeah, Jamie's not a Norway Open champion like yourself, Trina, but he has won in Sweden back in 2015. He's won in Romania
60.
in 2015 and 2016. He's also won in Belgium and a couple of ranking titles in the UK as well, in the Isle of Man, and at the British Classic
45.
in 2017, where he beat his good pal Jim Williams in the final.
100.
He's also won in Jersey
58.
and in Torremolinos. That was just a couple of years ago. Beat a great name in the final as well. Jaime Nunez Cortez. Sounds like a right winger for Man City.
Well, Kent's got a chance here of going
66.
3-1 up. Finds the treble 10, so double 18, double 9 then.
48.
Not this time.
Jamie require 124.
Shots at doubles there were like Erling Haaland last night. Well, this would be a belter. A bit like Marmouche.
91.
If anybody caught that goal last night from
80.
Marmouche, it was just stunning. As would a 3-1 lead for the Norwegian. That's what he's got.
Ken Civson.
Yeah, currently averaging just over
Jamie
85
to
and a
throw
half.
first. Game on. $96.
I didn't see this coming. I don't think anybody did.
Well, Jamie's certainly got it all to do.
100.
But what would this do for Civicson's confidence if he was to take out Jamie Hughes?
Yeah, exactly that. And, you know, he'll take it as a big scalp going into the next two games.
93.
And Civicson's still got to play Johnston in the last match of the group. The more I look at that, the more I'm starting to think it might come down to that match. I was only half kidding earlier when I said it would be nice if it went to the last match.
59.
It might just happen.
Well, we know that Kent can't win this group, and he's likely to be
41.
in Group C, but it will be a confidence boost going into the following 2 days as well. And of course, there's nothing to say
44.
that if he doesn't, if he produces darts like we know that he can, because we have seen it in spells over the next couple of days, then he could well be there
100.
on Saturday night.
We've seen it so many times. People finish 6th and then reset mentality. They figure it out in Group C and they qualify.
64.
Shots on. He's taken the 64 off.
84.
He's well
Jamie,
positioned.
125.
If Hughes does not take 125, he needs 100 more. Just in time.
Fifth leg.
Civson was waiting
Jamie Hughes.
to finish the match off, and Hughes Has none of it.
To throw first.
Well, that's a
Game
crucial finish there for Jamie Hughes. Puts himself back in the match.
Peculiar stuff happening here.
100.
He got one leg in his first game and averaged 76 and took out a 135. He does not want this game to be the same as that, where he's had a big finish and a loss.
85.
Civson just won't relent. He's been at this level of about 86 this entire game.
134.
And he's been playing this game against the throw. So if it does go to the last leg decider, maybe having the darts will be a big advantage for Jamie.
$100.
Jamie leaves himself 127. Kent looking.
121.
Finds
Jamie
the treble 20 with his last
127.
dart after that poor second dart.
And game.
Shot
It's
the
3-3.
sixth leg. Jamie Hughes.
Civson has been locked out. It's 3-3. We have one leg remaining in this contest.
First. Game on.
It's not the end. With consecutive ton plus checkouts of 125 and 127 have kept Jamie Hughes on the cusp
30.
of being top of the table with a buffer.
$45.
Well, not a great start by either player in this leg. Jamie looking to
140.
rectify that, and he does.
He's really starting to find his 140 form here. 4 of them now.
80.
And over the last 2.5 legs, he's been the better player. Doesn't matter what kind of lead you can cultivate for yourself.
81.
If you don't get a match start, you don't win.
$39.
Jamie just not finding the correct
33.
trebles at the moment. He finds his treble 19 with the last start.
But is he going to be kept at bay again?
100.
If Jamie Hughes was a footballer right now, you'd stick him at centre half because he's defending brilliantly.
60.
I suppose he does look like Yap Stam a little bit.
17.
But if he hits the 117, he'll tell me to shut my Yap.
57.
He will be back though. It's Kent on 180. 140 here would have been great.
60. Jamie requires 60.
He was within 80 points of winning this game by 4 legs to 1. Now Hughes is the first to get a match dart.
40. Kent, you require 120.
He pulls that way down into the 20 bed. So this is, well, it was still
41.
possible, but
Jamie require 20.
A bad visit in the previous one for Jamie. He's still got a chance. Which he takes. That could be critical for his qualification for Saturday night with days to spare. He was in huge trouble. For the second consecutive game, we go the distance, but it was a fight back from Yoza that gives him that 4-3 victory. 4 out of 9 on the doubles. That was the shining light of that performance. And the 2-ton plus checkouts of 125 and 127, they contributed to a 4-3 victory.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
He's gone for it, and he's got it.
This is your moment. 3 defeats in seniors finals.
This was his time.
So it right. The Champion of Champions event in Seniors Darts is going to be taking place here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And you will be able to attend, but tickets will be Very hotly sought after. That's going to be a great time. It's later in the year. We'll give you more details in due course. But you will be able to get tickets for that event at dartshop.tv. Moving back to the Modus Super Series. Jamie Hughes on 22 points, ahead of Stephen Johnston.
Game on.
And Osborne now 8 points behind the top two.
91.
But these two are in the middle of the pack and still chasing down the possibility of Group B. Bradley Ruse, who's had an undefeated day so far, winning 2 from 2. He's on 10 points. Jack Twiddle, he's won a game and lost a game. If he has a blistering finish, Trina, he could still get into the top 3.
Yeah, it really is wide open. Bottom end of the table.
140.
Yeah, I think everybody's causing everybody problems.
42.
Kent Civson has just caused Jamie Hughes an almighty headache. It's a good job he had the tonic.
Yeah, 3 legs
39.
in that leg as well, in that match that Kent took from Jamie
96.
at a time when leg difference can make a difference.
Yeah, the leg difference situation between Johnston and Hughes, it's not so much of an issue right now, but it could
96.
become one. Next game is Osborne against Hughes.
40.
Johnston's going to be a very interested spectator, as will everybody be, watching on Pluto TV and the people in the practice room.
$60.
It's steady enough, but you don't feel comfortable sitting on 107 when your opponent is only a visit behind.
91.
Well, finds a
Bradley
big
require
treble
107.
with his last start there. So 107 now for Bradley. Double 16.
75. Jack, you
Well,
require
that one went in the
98.
board a bit weird. Went in very vertical.
60.
And neither of those ones did go in.
Bradley, you require 32.
So Bradley can put it right.
Double 16 then. And manages to get over the top, but not at the target.
24. Jack, you require
That's 4
38.
darts to win the first leg. Based on what's happened today, he hasn't been making those misses.
40.
This is all getting very erratic.
Yeah, Jack
Bradley,
struggling
you require
on his double
8.
still. Seems to been his bugbear this week. Double 4 for
Game's
Bradley.
on the
Takes
first
it with his
leg.
second
Bradley
dart.
Ruse.
Breaks the throat of Jack Twiddle.
Second leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Today has been like an A.F. Clint painting. Abstract chaos. When you first look at it, it makes no sense. But then you sit back and realise, oh, this is quite
45.
entertaining.
$40.
But these dart players this week, they want to be more like Gustav Klimt. They want to find the gold. A lot of his paintings were gilded,
60.
very ornate.
Oh. I see.
59.
Yeah, his most famous work is at the Belvedere Palace in Vienna, called The Kiss. One of the most famous paintings in the world.
59.
I have to say, art is not my thing. So you could tell me anything really now, Nico, and I would believe you.
60.
Art is not your thing, but dart is your thing.
Yes, something like that.
just get the feeling that Bradley is letting go of that dart just a little bit too late. His synchronicity isn't quite there in this match.
100.
He might be on a process of discovery at the minute. I know he's won a development tour event recently, which is a big thing for him in 2025. He might be on a path to find
100.
more consistency. He is getting there as the week goes on.
Yeah, he's definitely improving as the week goes on. There's no doubt about that whatsoever.
32. Bradley, you require 137.
So, like you say, going through the process, really.
That's what computers do. And when they go through their processes, they give you the answer at the end. Not that I'm saying human beings have to behave like computers, but
Bradley,
it's the same sort of thing. A plus B equals AB. That's what a computer does. Here it's get into position and throw at the target and hit it. With good rhythm.
35.
Jack, he didn't have it.
29.
No, the last dart. Thrown well low. So treble 20 now.
58. Bradley, require 5.
Yeah, that hasn't worked out very well for Jack. This has been scrappy. But Ruse is on 2s. He was nowhere near 2s.
Jack, you require 71.
Okay, double top.
51.
Again, he was trying to leave double 2 on 58.
He was. He went for that treble 18 again.
2.
So chance now for Ruse.
We're going to have to get to the bottom of that 58 nonsense.
Game shown the second.
But it is 2-0 to Ruse. Why would you want to get double 2 instead of tops?
Delegates Jack to throw first.
Well, he clearly likes it, doesn't he? So that's the same conversation that we had as like, if it works for you.
58.
It's a confidence thing, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. It's an unanswered question. And as we pass the baton
60
to a couple of other people tomorrow, I want them to try and find the answer.
84.
And I bet his answer is because I like it.
That's a dart player's answer, isn't it? We've seen some peculiar behaviours over the years. For instance, when Luke Littler, the world champion, was here, he left 36.
27.
And proceeded to go 16 double 10.
Well, double 10 and double 15 are his favourites, aren't they? And to be honest, you wouldn't bet against him.
96.
Not to get it.
Yeah, he's playing in Sheffield this week. He's qualified for the O2 in London for the playoffs alongside Luke Humphreys and Gervin Price.
80.
It's all between Nathan Aspinall and Michael Van Gerwen in Sheffield on Thursday. And Van Gerwen has to win Sheffield. If he doesn't go to the O2.
140.
At the minute, Bradley is inching towards what could be a very big victory for him. It's not a brilliant performance, but he's a lot closer to being undefeated after 3 rounds than being 2-1.
$57. Jack, you require 152.
Well, Jack really needs to take this out, but he can't now.
100.
It obviously leaves himself 52.
Bradley, require 52.
I think he's going to go 12 tops. I was wrong. After the way he was throwing a double 16 earlier, I thought he was going to change his plan.
20.
And that's why I thought he would go for 12
Jack,
tops instead.
Require 52.
Yeah, comes off the barrel of the dart, or even off the point of the dart. So tops now for Jack. Double 10.
32.
Bradley will get another shot.
Bradley
the double
require
16.
32.
Yeah, it's just not there for Jack today. At least not right now. He's had a long gap between his last game and this game. And it is 3-0. That is a double break.
Full flag against
In a
Bradley to throw
rather
first.
peculiar game.
Yeah, as you say, not a great game, but Bradley won't be worried about that. He's 3-0 ahead. All he'll be concerned about is the win.
Not every game's going to be a 95 plus average. Sometimes you're going to have to do it
96.
via a grind. If you're a Premier League football club, sometimes you're going to be drawn in the FA Cup against a team with a bad pitch. You just got to win 1-0.
Yeah, you just got to scrap your way through it. Just get over the line.
60.
I think Bradley has accepted that this game is not a classic, but he's willing to do what's necessary to get over the line. We've gone to leg 7 the last couple of matches.
140.
As this game goes on, it looks increasingly likely that we won't in this one.
120.
You heard the flight clatter first there. That wasn't a bounce out. That was a collision.
Yeah, Jack having no luck whatsoever at the moment.
100.
Well, that's great darts there from Bradley. Leaves himself on 103.
And with a victory, Ruse could go to 12 points, alongside Osborne having played the same amount of games.
61.
Ruse is making his move
Bradley record 103.
for a Group B push. And he needs to get cracking with the leg difference, trust me. He is well behind Colin. Double 16 gives him the victory. Not really sure where that ton plus checkout came from. There wasn't a great deal of quality in that one. But towards the end, Bradley Ruse was finding it. 15 darter was the best that we saw there, with that 103 checkout. And as you can see, Jack Twiddle never really got out of the blocks. He did have a chance at a double or two, but wasn't able to find anything. And Bradley Ruse, who's now on 12 points, is now right in the middle of the pack. A warm welcome back. And things are getting very, very interesting here. Over round 3, we saw Stephen Johnston fight back against Colin Osborne. We saw Jamie Hughes fight back against Kent Civson. And a dominant Bradley Ruse against Jack Twiddle. Which means that Bradley Ruse is in the middle of the table with Colin Osborne now, as you can see. There's a bit of a difference in their legs won and leg difference column, but based on points, there's a dogfight now for Group B and for the top spot. We're going to start round 4, the penultimate round of Group A, with Jamie Hughes against Osborne. And they have their own battles to fight. If Osborne wins, he will put Bradley Ruse on the back foot when it comes to Group B. And he will definitely assist Stephen Johnston. There are so many things happening at once at the minute. It's almost hard to stay focused. Because when we go into the next game, Trina, as well, it's going to be Johnston against Ruse.
Yeah, exciting games coming up. It could really make a difference in the table.
Yeah, group-defining games. And when they come towards the end of Wednesday, the excitement
it's
heightens.
Collins to throw first. Game on.
The two most experienced players in this group situation will now go toe-to-toe. At no point did I think that Osborne
95.
today would lose the top 3 spot. If he loses this game and Bradley Ruse takes Johnston out, he will be outside the top 3.
91.
That's just one scenario.
Yeah, there's plenty more that could occur.
100. $95.
Well, recovers well with his last start there. Finding the treble 20.
Is it fair to say that there's a lot more pressure on Jamie Hughes in this situation than Colin?
33.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a fair comment because Collins resided that the fact he can't win Group A.
140.
He's just got to maintain Colin as best he can. Whereas with Jamie, it can be very much lost from here.
121.
It could be, but he does still have that 2-point buffer. So if he loses, he can still retain his 2-point cushion if Johnston was to lose as well.
137.
Whereas Collins' fight
Colin
in the middle with Ruse,
152.
they're tied on points right now. Shots on, but it's right at the top of the bed. It made no difference. Oh,
Game
yeah.
shot in the first there.
Wizardry from Colin.
Osborne.
And not for the first time.
Second leg is Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Some people like Harry Potter. I like Colin Osborne. That's my kind of wizard.
100.
Yeah, super shot there from Colin Osborne.
Can you imagine if Harry Potter had a Middlesbrough accent?
60.
That'd be weird. That would just be weird.
That's something I do think about a lot.
43.
Different celebrity or movie roles if their accents were different.
Okay, then what about a West Country? Like a Jamie Hughes
I want to hear
accent.
that so much.
100.
Oh, that would be interesting, wouldn't it?
If I knew any Harry Potter lines, I would try them in his accent.
I
But
was just thinking some
60.
myself, but no.
Where's that platform at King's Cross?
Abracadabra.
We don't mean any harm, Jamie. We want you to quote Harry Potter lines for our TikTok account. That would be
95.
funny. This is not a laughing matter right now. He's 1-0 down in a game that he would much rather win.
123.
I know one word from the Harry Potter books that would sound really interesting in a West Midlands accent.
140.
Hufflepuff. That's one of the great things about
58.
England. So many different
Colin, you
accents.
require 106.
And you only have to travel a short distance to get a new one. Middlesbrough's different to Sunderland. Birmingham's different to Worcestershire.
58.
It's one of the intricacies of this country.
17.
Well, the shot's not on now for Jamie. Missing the big 20.
43.
So shot.
Colin, you require
Chance now
48.
for Colin to take out this 48 to go 2-0 ahead.
He's already taken out double 16 for a 152, but he was
James
always
on the
going to leave
second
tops on
leg.
48.
Colin Osborne.
What a cracker. What a finisher.
The leg, it's
2 out of
Colin to
2.
throw first. Game on.
Well, again, it's coming to that time of day yesterday where Colin produced some amazing outshots.
He spent so much time here doing that over the years that he's probably going to get a letter from Hampshire Council saying we need some council tax off you.
60.
He spent more time in Hampshire over the last 2.5 years that if Hampshire was not in the EU, he would need a visa.
86.
Well, Colin currently averaging 100 plus against Jamie's 86 and a
100.
half. Producing some good stuff here.
$85.
It has been a bit of a mystifying day if you're a Jamie Hughes fan.
97. Colin, you require 100.
See him lose to Bradley, then he bounces back. Then he scraps his way through the Norwegian Civson. And now he's in big trouble. Interesting. That's worked out
100.
okay.
Yeah, Jamie way back on 244. Colin
60.
coming back for 18.
Colin, you require 50.
Sorry, for 50. For a 3-0 lead.
Perfect on double so far.
Game
And
shot
still
on the
is.
third leg. Colin
He's doing it
Osborne.
again. Being 4 from 4 is
Well, I guess
something that
Jamie
he
to
has
throw
done
first.
quite
Game.
a few times here. Just about 24 hours ago he did it. Maybe that's why they call him the Wizard.
125.
He knows how to cast a spell on the outer ring. And the bull.
$85.
The leg difference situation is as such at the top of the table. Jamie Hughes has got plus 20. Stephen Johnston has got plus 15.
100.
If Osborne were to win this game 4-0, there would be one leg between them and only 2 points.
$81.
Yeah, Colin could really become Stephen's best buddy here by winning this match.
134.
That's a good shot there from Jamie Hughes.
But he's putting himself in really bad spots here. He was 3-1 down to Civson. Now he's 3-0 down against Osborne. He's having to fight back for some really bad positions.
180. Jamie back 142.
Hasn't even had a dart at a double yet. And he might not get one.
Well,
37.
if Osborne
require
continues to finish the way he has been, then this is quite possible. Not now, though.
Bull's a good shot here.
60.
Very sensible.
Jamie require 105.
This is necessary to stop Osborne from getting a shot for the match.
65. Colin, you require 90.
We've seen people starting on Bull on this shot, but it's more likely to be ended on the Bull here. It can still be ended on the Bull. That is a great marker. It proves to be the case.
The match, Colin Osborne.
Wizardry once again from Colin Osborne, who for the second time this week is 4 from 4 on the doubles. What a result that is for this group as well. Jamie Hughes is halted, but is still at the top of the table on points, with someone bearing down on him once again. And Osborne has done himself Group B chances, no harm whatsoever.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky
Today on Wednesday has been a bit of a rough ride, but the kind of ride that you want to go on every Wednesday, because we don't know who's going to win this group, we don't know who's going to be in Group B, and we've only got 5 games to go. The only thing that we are assured of is that Jack Twiddle and Kent Civson will be in Group C. That is a guarantee. Bradley Ruse is now 2 points behind Colin Osborne again in the hunt for the top 3 spots. And Stephen Johnston is only 2 points behind Jamie Hughes again.
Game on.
But here's the most interesting thing about this one before a dart is thrown in anger. If Stephen Johnston wins this game 4-3, going into the last round of matches,
134.
Hughes and Johnston will have the same points, the same leg difference, and the
81.
same legs won.
Now that's tight. But of course, that's all ifs at the moment.
59.
It is tight. It is an if, but if it happens, that situation will be as tight as Aaron
99.
Monk's trousers. And that's pretty tight. Aaron Monk, the first ever World Youth Champion, beating MVG at Ali Pali.
38.
I can't believe that was 14 years ago.
91.
They're tight because he's built like Stevie Johnston. You wouldn't want to go toe-to-toe with him on the shoulder press.
Does he work in building like his dad used to? His dad was a
100.
plasterer, weren't he?
Yeah, I think he's a gas engineer. He does boiler fittings and things like that. He's very good at it, I'm reliably informed. He's not a bad dart player either.
100. Bradley require
We have a
107.
big fish, baby fish situation. If this was Ireland, you'd be asking for a cod and a large.
43. Stephen require 130.
Well, can Stephen have better success? Not this time.
65. Bradley require 127.
We have seen this today. He wants to see it again.
102.
That's a
Stephen
really good
requires
try.
65.
To Topson.
Game show.
Takes it with his second dart.
Stephen
And there's that
Johnston.
exertion of excitement
Second leg
from
is Stephen
Stephen.
to throw first.
Taking the
Game-
first leg. Bradley smiling in the background there.
Well, I think he can understand it because he knows exactly what's going on here.
59.
Johnston is a fireball. And when it comes to the end of a schedule like this, if he keeps that nervous energy inside, he's not going to be as good.
140.
So letting it out, he's not putting anybody off by doing it on his darts. I don't see a problem with it.
100.
No, no problem at all. Perfectly acceptable.
$140.
One other thing we can't ignore is that Bradley Ruse is still undefeated today.
100.
3 very different games, don't get me wrong. But he hasn't had that feeling of losing, and he doesn't want to feel that by the end of the day. Imagine his confidence if he was to
41.
have a clean sheet and go into Thursday with 5 straight wins.
Yeah, of course, that would boost his confidence immensely.
In fact, it would be 6 wins because he did win his last game yesterday.
140.
Super darts there from Bradley.
142.
Moving across and finding the treble 20 twice.
81. Bradley require 40.
Break chance.
Game shot on the
taken,
second
really well
leg.
thrown as well.
Bradley Ruse.
That had some penetration, that dart.
Third leg against Bradley
He's
to
thrown
throw
some
first.
shots at double
Game
16
on.
today, which have been feathered in the board. But that one was thrown pure.
Yeah, they've flicked up, haven't they, and hidden the target for him on that
58.
double 16. But as she says, a very positive throw there from Bradley Ruse.
81.
Every now and again, there is a dart like that, though, which is well off target. And it's not the
45.
line that he's losing when he throws a bad dart. It is the weight of dart.
100.
Yeah, and when he gets that treble 20 in on his first dart, you can't help but
58.
think that there's more to follow.
Yeah, especially with that steep angle of attack.
140. $57.
He's in trouble in this leg. Looking like 3 consecutive breaks to throw.
100.
When he speeds up, the Scotsman is very swift. He really doesn't hang around. It's like he's running around the stage.
Well, that's super darts there.
180. Stephen never quite 80.
Bradley Ruse. Double 10 then for Stephen. And he can't find it, so a chance
60.
now for Bradley Ruse to take out
Bradley,
103.
you require 103.
Basically, he had 50 grams of tungsten casting a shadow over that double 10. I wonder if Bradley was just bracing himself for another yelp there from his opponent, just in case that double 10 went in.
62.
Is that what that
Stephen
smile was
require
about?
20.
I think so.
Game shown.
But he finds double 10
Stephen Johnston.
and a breaker throw.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Bradley smiling again in the background.
45.
Do you remember when dart players were camera shy?
It's a long time ago.
Nowadays, they gravitate to the lens. You've had numerous people in Series 10
96.
doing the stare down of the lens, including our very good friend Conan Whitehead, who has been watching this afternoon, doing his own brand of maths.
36.
Love you, Conan. But when someone does something that creates a little bit of intrigue,
44.
people tend to follow.
It
100.
makes it interesting, doesn't it? On a different level.
Dart players are people too, and they have character.
100.
I remember a few years ago, the first time we ever went to Leverkusen on the European tour, we stayed at the Bayer Leverkusen
57.
Stadium, and they had a games console in the reception area, which was hooked up to a football game. Trying to tear Jeffrey de Zwaan and Dimitri Vandenberg off that thing,
100.
it was almost impossible. By the way, guys, you've got a dart match to play in a minute. Just got to win this match. Everyone's got a story to tell.
93. Bradley require 161.
I like that move from Johnston. Guarantees the shot.
If he gets chance. And he will. But that's great darts there from
97. Stephen require 107.
Ruse.
Well, if he hit that, he had defenders at the ready.
65.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bradley require 64.
64 then for Bradley. Double 8. Well,
Game
finds
shown
it with
the
his
fourth
third
leg.
dart. It's a great shot there
Bradley
from Bradley
Ruse.
Ruse. Levels the match at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
Nothing but breaks of throw. And how many games have we had today which have been breaks of the match?
180.
6 from 10.
100.
Following the scheme of the week. That we're more likely to see somebody break the throw than hold it.
140.
He was on the cusp of something there.
Yeah, and he realised it. Looking for the 6th treble there. Of the treble 20, would have left him on a 1-4-1 finish for a 9. He's put himself in a great position
100.
here. It's on 81 after 9.
100. Bradley, you require 81.
So this a potential 11 darter. Well, that's some way off, but double 6 now.
75.
And that is 2.
That's not good news.
60.
But he's got plenty of
Bradley
time.
require 6.
This is one of the better displays we've seen from Bradley today. But he finds himself in the madhouse.
$56. Bradley require 2.
It's a double 1. Well,
No
and he
score.
pulls that into the big
Stephen, you require
18.
125.
Yeah, wrong postcode on that one. Johnston is looking to steal this leg away and is inching towards the end. And there's no guarantee that Ruse is going to take that 2 out
93.
because he's already been bruised on
Bradley
it.
require 2.
Well, he needs to take it now.
Game
Double 1
shot
he
the 5th leg.
finds.
Bradley Ruse.
Leads this match by 3 legs to 2.
6 leg, Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's one of the weirdest 17 darters I've ever seen.
Yeah, could have been an
85.
11.
Yeah, you don't often see someone on double 1 in 2 visits and then takes a 6-visit leg.
58. $140.
This is so important, this game. If Bradley wins it, he's going to join Osborne on 14 points.
125.
And then game 13 will be a shootout between Osborne and Ruse to see who
68.
gets Group B. I think Bradley knows this. If Johnston can somehow win 4-3,
60.
we have that situation that we spoke about at the start of the match.
140.
And this is a leg that he must win. He's put himself in a good position. Left himself on 68. But Bradley piles the pressure on
180. Stephen
with the
requires 68.
maximum. Topsen.
Game shot on the 6th flags.
Wow,
Stephen
what a
Johnston.
situation we've got happening here now.
7 from
Don't get me
final
wrong,
leg.
the
It's
last
Bradley
2.5
to throw
days have been good.
first. Game
But
on.
nobody could possibly forecast what is going on here. Now, if Ruse was to lose this game,
59.
he's going to be in Group C.
60.
It's that fine. Because his leg difference is miserable compared to Colin Osborne. The biggest swing you can have is 8 legs.
40.
He started this game all square. Osborne is on plus 13. So he needs the points,
45.
but Johnston needs them more.
Well, this is an edgy last leg from both players. realising the importance for both of them.
45. $100.
It's the first treble of the match.
There's too many darts hitting the small 20 all of a sudden.
59.
Advantage Johnston. That is a brilliant turn. Is he about to be the first person to beat Bradley today? He really hopes so. Every now and again we speculate
44.
about a situation. Realistically, we don't think it's going to happen. But imagine the top two
100.
inseparable going into the last round. The only thing that could separate them would be averages.
Yeah, exciting stuff.
140. Stephen, require 96.
Double 18.
87.
Not quite, and he could be halted here.
114.
This could be a group-defining three-figure checkout. Don't look, Stevie.
74.
Now you can.
Stephen, you require 9.
Double 4.
Game
What a situation we've got in this group now.
Stephen Johnston.
Bradley Ruse is going to be in Group C. He was so close to having a shootout with Colin Osborne for Group B. It's not going to happen. But what we've got happening at the top of the table is almost unprecedented. Hughes and Johnston are in a dead heat going into the last round of matches. And if you look at the averages in that one, they're almost at a dead heat again. The checkout success, though, that was the separator. 50% was good enough, and Johnston goes into the final round of matches on 22 points.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Earlier in the week, we were saying, welcome to the Funhouse. Well, this is great fun. We cannot believe that we've now got a dead heat at the top of the table with 1 round to go. Hughes and Johnston, everything's the same. We will have a look at the table before the final round starts. But something else has changed as well, because the leg difference between Osborne and Ruse is so vast. Osborne is now in Group B over the next couple of nights.
First leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Which means that Kent and Jack and Bradley are all graduating to Group C over the next 2 afternoons. That will be live on Pluto TV from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon and on Friday afternoon as well. So Wes Newton, Tom Cronwell, Lloyd Walker, and these two, and Bradley Ruse, are going to be duking it out for 2 spots over the next couple of afternoons and early evenings. The one thing we don't know is who's winning the group and who's going to Group B with Osborne.
Now it's all nip and tuck. Exciting stuff here. The Modus Super Series here in Portsmouth.
Well, this game has started so well, and the situation at the top is so good, we might as well call it the Modus Super Duper Series.
140. Jack, you're recording 41.
Now the pressure's off. Are we seeing the proper Jack Twiddle?
29. Kent, you're recording 144.
Well, I needed another treble 18 there.
92. Jack, you require 12.
It's 1-1 between these two the last
James
couple of
on the
days,
first
but it's
leg.
1-0 to
Jack
Twiddle in this one.
Yeah, and a 13 dart leg there
Second
from
leg is
Jack.
Jack to throw first. Game.
Breaker throw.
85.
Did you know that
45.
19 years ago today, Trini, you won the Welsh Open again?
Did I?
You did.
39.
Beating a fabulous lady in the final by the name of Julie Gore.
Oh, Julie, yeah. My
48.
Julie.
What a lady.
She's a lovely lady.
Yeah, played for Pembrokeshire and
She did.
Wales.
She did.
World Master. Beautiful lady.
100.
Always a nice person to have around. Guess who else won the Welsh
100.
Open that year?
Fire away.
Michael van Gerwen.
Did he now?
He beat
99.
Gary Anderson in the final. And here's a curious twist on this darting day. In 2006,
96.
Van Gerwen beat Anderson in the Welsh Open final.
58.
And then 9 years later, on the same day, Anderson would beat Van Gerwen in the final of the Premier League.
100. Jack, you require 120.
Really interesting. Oh, that's a bit flashy.
112.
Yeah, finds the ball there. Double 16 then.
80. Jack, you require 40.
Chance for Jack to go 2-0
Game shot
ahead.
the second leg.
And he does so
Jack
with his
Twiddle.
second dart, taking out double 10.
Third leg, it's
Yeah, this
Kent
is pretty
to throw
useful.
first. Game.
This is the kind of performance that hasn't been found enough over the last 2.5 days. Sustain this kind of level,
78.
you'd be in the dogfight for the top spot.
45.
Yeah, Jack's not performed this week so far the way we know he can.
96.
If we look at his technique from this angle, it gives us a very interesting perspective because he whips the dart into the board. We've talked about that. But because of his body position and sometimes because he's on the move, his follow through
99.
goes the other way. So he whips his right arm to his right. So it's not going through dead straight like a lot of dart players want to have it. He's actually counteracting his body movement with a follow through to the other side, which will cause a lot of discomfort in
82.
the right underarm region and the right shoulder joint. So don't be surprised to see him missing targets
96.
slightly left.
Kent, you require 146.
On 66 left. Treble 10.
95. Jack, you require 120.
So 120 now for Jack. Can you find the treble?
62.
Decided to
Kent,
go
you
for
require
ball.
51.
He'd hidden the treble 20 with his first dart.
Second time he's
Jack,
missed
you require
double
58.
16. Could be fatal.
Game
That double
shot on the
10
third leg.
is very
Jack
profitable for Jack Twiddle.
Fourth leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Earlier this morning, Stevie Johnston called him Jack Tweedle. He's not
93.
dumb.
60.
And we don't have a Group D, so he can't be Tweedledee.
140.
Hey, this is commanding.
Yeah,
59.
91.5 for Jack at the moment. This is better darts from him.
58.
Very much so. To the tune that Jack is treating Civson like some cured salmon. He's covering him in beetroot, salt and sugar and curing him. Stick him in the
140.
fridge and he's saying, I'll have a bit more of you tomorrow.
140.
This is a battering.
Yeah, 70 after 12 for Jack.
140. Jack, you require 70.
One more thing to do.
54.
And he almost
Kent,
got it
you
right
require
there.
102.
He did, but a chance now for Kent to take out 102. It still can be done. He needs a treble 19.
The two darts at double that Kent's had at double 16
78. Jack,
might be
you
the only
require
ones he
16.
gets.
No,
He's done it
score.
again, this time with
Kent,
3
you require
darts.
24.
Double 12 then for Kent.
Game
Well,
shot on
finds
the
it with
fourth
his
leg.
third dart
Kent Civson.
and gets a leg on the board.
A little bit of relief there for
Fifth leg, it's
Superman,
Kent
or the
to
man
throw
with the
first.
Superman logo.
Kick ass.
Game on.
And right now he's getting his ass kicked. But he's kicking back. And that's all he can do if you've got an opportunity.
84. $100.
He does like the colour purple, doesn't he? He's had a purple shirt on all week with purple flights.
100.
And Twiddle's been the man in black all week. He's like Johnny Cash.
95. $58.
Just when you think it's going to be 4-0, somebody turns the tide.
59.
Nothing is a sure thing here today.
Now, Kent does leave himself 1-2-2. Jack just taking a moment here to recalculate.
52. Kent record 122.
Leaves himself a 1-6-7. Finds it. Couldn't find the bullseye.
167.
It was a good effort.
It was a good try.
83.
And he's afforded another visit to take care of leg 5. But the hard way. Just gets the single 3.
Close to the double 3.
21.
But not close enough to double 4.
84.
He's had 5 darts to win this match. He gets a 6th.
37.
That counter is going up and up. But Civson is going down.
Two. Jack,
He may just go down. Is Twiddle going to persevere? Different plan, different result.
Jack Twiddle.
And Twiddle, who started that game on 8 points, has now got himself into double figures with a game to spare. He will have a big say in who wins this group because he's got Jamie Hughes in the penultimate game. And Civson, he too will have a bearing on it because he will take on Stevie Johnston in the final match of the group. But before we get there, we'll look at the table and we'll have Ruse against Osborne coming after the break. We're having a great deal of fun here in Portsmouth this morning and into the afternoon. Osborne with a 4-0 victory against Jamie Hughes, and subsequently that 4-3 victory for Stephen Johnston against Bradley Ruse has given us a dead heat at the top of the table. We'll give you the permutations in due course, but this is how it stands. It looks very pretty. 14 games, 11 wins, 3 losses, 46 legs each, 16 plus in leg difference each, and 22 points each. It's a dead heat. But before we get to the Hughes and Johnston games that they have respectively in the last round, we'll have a battle in the middle between Osborne and Ruse. It's not going to have any bearing on where these guys go because the leg difference of Osborne is so superior that he can't be overtaken by Bradley. And that's why Osborne is feeling rather relaxed coming into this last match of Group A, because he's going into Group B and he will hope to be one of 3 players who will qualify for Saturday night out of a 5-player group, which will include Scott Taylor, Lewis Gurney, England international, and Mike Warburton, the former Welsh Open and Isle of Man Open champion. And former weekly winner, of course, here. Osborne's done a pretty good job over the course of this group. At one point, he was very much part of the conversation as to who was going to win it.
First leg, it's Bradley to throw first. Game on.
It's been pretty steady. On Monday, it was 4 points. Yesterday, it was 6. Today, it's already 4, but can be 6 if he can take out Ruse.
93.
I was just watching the two of them there, practicing. Great camaraderie up there on stage
140.
between the players.
Before we get into the thick end of the stick, this is how it works with the last 2 matches.
100.
We can't separate Hughes and Johnston by points, leg difference, or legs won. The next separating factor is their head-to-head record over the course of the 3 days.
60.
Which is really fair. That stands at 2-1 Hughes, meaning that if he beats Jack Twiddle 4-0, that will be enough to guarantee the group. If he doesn't, we're talking about a situation that if Hughes loses, Johnston wins, he wins the group.
180.
But if they both win, whoever wins by the best margin wins the group.
60. Colin, you require 121.
Crikey, it's all very exciting.
I can't imagine being in the Hughes camp or the Johnston camp right now. Fingernails for lunch.
$65.
So Osborne leaves himself 56. Bradley needs a big score here to put pressure on that 56.
Colin, you require 56.
Not enough though, really. 16 then, 4 tops.
$36.
I can't find it.
Bradley require 132.
So an outside chance for Ruse to take out this 132. Start on the ball.
Yeah, Colin hasn't
Finds it.
Colin hasn't missed a dart at double in a while. But he is going to get a chance. Ooh,
100.
that was a bit
Colin
gutsy,
required.
wasn't it, going for the
20.
second 25?
It was indeed. It worked, but will he get chance? As Colin comes in for the double 10. Double 5 then.
10.
You can't find it, so indeed,
Bradley
Ruse gets a
require
chance to hold his
32.
throw on double 16.
That's out of the way of double 8.
Game shot.
It's a good find with the last start.
Bradley Ruse.
A win in this game
Second leg, it's Colin
for
to throw
Bradley will
first.
make him
Game.
player of the day. Now, that might not mean much to some people watching along, but if you've yielded as many points as anybody else, but you've got a better leg difference, or indeed more points than anybody else,
140.
if that doesn't give you confidence going into tomorrow, I'm not sure what will. He's had some good displays today, but he's also had some grinding to do. Winning different ways is all part of this discipline, and he's done that very well today. The only person who stopped him was a very, very vocal Scotsman.
$24.
Yeah, Bradley's had a much better day today. His best day by far.
And he knows a thing or two about getting through a week. He has won one of these titles. We can't forget that. They don't just give these out on London Road. You have to walk through the door, you've got to go through the mill, and you've got to be the one who was able to get the job done on a Saturday night. And he's done that before.
You've got to remember, the guy's only 20 as well, you know, and he has a vast amount of experience for his age.
60.
Yeah, youth players coming through in the Netherlands, Belgium, other parts of Central Europe as well. They've done a great job with the conveyor belt of brilliant talent over the years.
60.
Earlier on in the coverage, I actually mentioned a young Dutch player from a few years ago who was coming through with the likes of Jeffrey de Zwaan. Mike Zeidwijk. It's actually his birthday today, funnily enough.
100.
Would have been Rick Nay's birthday today as well. One of the
95.
big hitters from the
Bradley required 107.
Northern Hemisphere in North America in the early days of darts in the 80s.
Finds a
91.
treble 18 with his last
Colin
start.
required 85.
Leaves himself 16. It's great darts there from Bradley. But A5 now for Colin. The bullseye.
$45.
Well, he does leave it well
Bradley
at
required
40.
60.
A chance for Bradley to go 2-0 ahead. Double 8. And he
Game
finds it with
shot
his
the
first
second
start.
leg. Bradley Ruse.
And that was also a
Third leg,
break
it's
of
Bradley
throw.
to throw first.
Well, seeing as we're not going to be here for the next couple of days, Trina, I think we need to start a petition. Bradley needs a nickname. Sounds like a really bad film, doesn't it?
140.
Great start to the leg there from Bradley.
What could we call him then? And it can't be Kanga. We've already established that on Monday.
No, you wouldn't like that one.
Well, he does have a haircut that is
100.
very similar to that of the young and the more seasoned people on Goodfellas. It's very much a New Jersey style gangster haircut.
140.
Yeah, past the chip fat and a comb.
$95.
I don't know. I'm struggling to find something suitable for Bradley.
Something has to happen then for him to get that nickname. He used to have nicknames for baseball players back in the early days. People like Babe Ruth and Shoeless Joe Jackson.
86. Bradley required 121.
Everybody had a nickname back then.
Decides to go the ball route.
65.
Leaves himself 56.
This game really is getting away from Aussie. The last couple of days, his strength has not been finishing the day off. He has not won in his last game of the day either day this week. And on Monday, he did lose to Ruse 4-2.
46.
He was that close away from being 3-0 down to him.
Well, Osborne has had a habit of big checkouts over the last couple of days. This could be another double 10 then.
100. Ready to require.
I can safely say that wasn't on purpose. That may have been just too safe on the single 20. And that one came out
6.
all wrong.
Calling you require 20.
So an opportunity for Osborne to get a leg on the board, and he
Game shot
does
the
so with
third
his
leg.
first start.
Colin Osborne.
And that was a breaker throw.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
You got a favourite sporting nickname, Trina? Doesn't have to be darts.
60.
Nothing comes to mind. What about you?
81.
I was always a big fan of Tommy Hearns. It just rolled off the tongue. Tommy Hitman Hearns. Because he's a boxer. He hits men.
101.
It was right on the nose, but it worked. And it has been used by other boxers subsequently. I'm not a big fan of nicknames constantly being recycled.
100.
So I'm a huge fan of Mike DeDecker. I think he's genuinely the real deal.
82.
But that's also the nickname of Evander Holyfield. I like nicknames that are original.
Well, there's a few nicknames in the WWE, isn't there? The wrestling.
Many.
100.
Many, yeah. The Undertaker.
Nigel Hayden had that one.
That's right. Throws Retrina Gulliver darts.
Oh, does he really?
60.
Yeah, nice guy, Nige. Heck of a player. Apollo Creed had a lot of nicknames in the Rocky movies.
60.
He was called the King of Sting. The Count of Monte Fisto. That's a good one.
60.
Collins had two nicknames in his darts career. The Wizard and Aussie. Because he was once in a World Championship match with Simon Whitlock and they were both called the Wizard. They had an agreement that whoever lost the match would lose the nickname.
60.
Fair enough.
Colin, you require 138.
This checkout has had so much chat about it over the last couple of years.
98. Brady require 100.
Which one was bigger? Was it Humphreys or Della?
The shot's on. So tops now. 10s then for a 3-1 lead.
90.
And it can't be
Colin, you
found.
require
He could have
40.
won this game 4-0. He's had 10 darts at a double. And he's ultimately frustrated that he could be in a game that is 2-2.
No
That was a
score.
really
Brady, you require
interesting lie he had with dart 2.
10.
He may not have had a path to that tops. Double 2.
6.
More frustration for Bradley.
Colin, you require 40.
Looks like he's almost boiling over in this last game of Group A. Again, that lie is not kind. It's going to have to be left. Look at what he can see.
20.
And he can't find it.
Bradley,
So
you
another
require
opportunity.
4.
Bradley Ruse to take out double 2.
2's for Ruse. 2's never lose.
No
Well,
score.
He did hide it a little bit with his first start.
Calling it require 20.
There's a bit of a hush over the live lounge right now. Does anybody want this leg?
No score.
Well, from somebody that was hitting
Calling it require
his
4.
finishing 52% the other day. He's really struggling in this match. So double 2 now. Double 1 then.
2. Calling it require 20.
We are into visit 10. Never a good thing. Double 5. We might get into
No
Joe
score.
Cullen territory here.
Well, this is just one of them legs, isn't it?
Bradley require 2. Game
Well, he
shot on the
finds
fourth
it
leg. Bradley
with his
Ruse.
670th dart.
Fifth leg, it's
Leads
Bradley
the
to throw
match
first. Game.
by 3 legs to 1.
Can you imagine how long the leg would be if it was 670th?
It'd be painful, wouldn't it?
Darts is hard. That's the hashtag. Sport is hard.
60.
But because the talent we have on show is so good, they make it look easy sometimes. It's far from easy. If it was easy, everybody would be here. Everybody would do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
30.
I can't wake up in the morning, Trina, and think, do you know what? I'm going to make a table today. If I did, it would look like Homer Simpson's barbecue.
134.
It would look like a bomb site.
Well, you could put it on the barbecue. Is that what you can say?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay.
Not everybody can wake up and make a table like yourself because you have the skills.
82.
But these dart players wake up in the morning and they can do this because they've done it and harnessed their talent for years.
97.
I think there's a bit of a misconception these days as well with some young people. They think that maybe it'll take them a year to get to Luke Littler's level just because
45.
he was in the limelight for a year before he popped. It wasn't that simple.
Absolutely not. He'd been playing from a very young age.
70.
When we say playing all the time, that's all he used to do.
Yeah, he was driven all around the northwest of England and then all around the UK and Europe to harness his
60.
abilities, his belief, his talent.
Bradley require 140.
And it all boiled up to him being world number 2 and world champion. With plenty of other stuff to go.
And he's still only 18.
60.
Ruse could finish on the same points as Osborne. If he takes this match away.
140.
But he will have to settle for 4th position.
Bradley require 80.
Even if this 80 goes out. Before our main event. Which is Hughes and Johnston.
Game shot on the
They will be
match.
coming next.
Bradley Ruse.
Because Ruse has the last laugh. And he will be the player of the day. It's a fine day as well. 8 points from a possible 10. And a leg difference for the day of plus 12. He might not have played his vintage stuff here today, the former weekly champion. But going into a Group C campaign with Twiddle and Civson, he'll feel very good about his chances over Thursday and Friday.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome to the final act in what's been a very topsy-turvy Group A. We have finalised who's going where the next 2 days on the whole or thereabouts, because either Jamie Hughes or Stephen Johnston will be in Group B, and one of those two players will win this group and have 2 days off ahead of another Saturday night in Portsmouth. It's this simple. If Jamie Hughes wins this game 4-0, he will win the group. If he doesn't, and wins by another scoreline, if Stevie Johnston betters that, he will win the group.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first.
It goes the other way as
Game
well. If they
on.
both lose, it may just go down to their head-to-head record. But that's if they lose by the same margin in their two respective games. It is in the hands of Jamie Hughes right now. But for how long?
140.
Well, he gets off to a decent start.
$123.
That should have been a 180. That deflected slightly off the flight of his dart. You could hear it as it went.
They both deliver the darts in a very
100.
similar fashion. With a bit of a whip. And with that very upright angle of attack.
54.
needless to say, Johnston has got no idea what he needs to do until this game is over.
85.
There are so many different scenarios for him. He could just have to win the game. He could have to win by a certain margin.
44.
But he knows he's going to have to win.
Do you think he'll want to know?
I don't think he'll be able to escape it.
Yeah, that's probably
95.
right.
Any loss for Hughes and any win for Johnston will be good enough for the Scot.
81. Jamie
Well,
requires.
this is where it begins. Double 18.
45.
Well, wires
Jack
the
number
double 18.
99.
So Jack now. Chance now for Jack.
44.
Oh, that's a bit
Jamie
lazy.
required 36.
Should really have been leaving 40 at worst.
Game shot on the first leg.
It doesn't matter
Jamie Hughes.
because Hughes had the position, he used it well, and he's got the
Semanga's
break
Jamie to throw
immediately,
first. Game on.
which is really good news for him. Qualification through this game alone is still possible.
100.
I get the feeling that if Hughes was to win this game 4-0, that Johnston would be super flat
180.
in the next one because he genuinely believes he's going to get a chance.
A super 180 there from Jack.
97.
Can he get another? Oh, that's so unfortunate.
120.
Well, 120 floor means he's on for the Martin Lukman 9. Back in the Grand Slam last year,
96.
he had a false 9. He took up the 201 in 4 darts from 201 after hitting a 120 floor.
41.
That's never been done before.
Needs to find a big treble.
98.
And he does so with his
Jack
last start.
160.
So 2 treble 20s now. For Jack with less tops.
75. Jamie required 110.
$51 needed. And tops.
70. Jack, you require 85.
If Twiddle takes this, Hughes has got a lot of work to do. And what that
Game shot the
means
second
is that
leg.
Jamie Hughes can't
Jack
win the
Twiddle.
group solely on this result.
Third leg, it's Jack to throw first. Game on.
Now we are in the realm of whatever this result is. Johnston just has to better it.
140.
Fair play to Twiddle. He's turned up in this game.
60.
This is not one of his bad performances.
$53.
Just because Jamie has slimmed down, we were talking about the positives about that the last couple of days. Maybe he's only got one dart shirt in that size.
140.
That's why he's gone for the grey shirt and the white shirt afterwards.
Well, that could well be.
If he wins the group, at
50.
least he's got time to wash that shirt and wear it on Saturday night. Although these modern dart shirts, they dry in a very quick amount of time.
Yeah, they do. Don't put them in a tumble dryer, though.
81.
Otherwise, you're going to be giving them to a child because they are that small.
40.
My mum did that to a very expensive jumper of mine when I was in my late teens. That went down well. I ended up giving it to my best friend's little brother. He was 7.
100.
I bet it was tight on him as well.
It probably was.
145.
Well, this is bad news for
Jamie McGuire,
Hughes.
120.
If he doesn't cruise to a Shanghai finish.
Yeah, he needs to take this out.
$44. Jack, you require 65.
Double top.
Game show on the
Well,
third leg.
well.
Jack Twiddle.
Jack went up the hill, didn't get a pail of water. He got
Jamie to throw
himself
first.
leg 3.
Game on.
This is all where it can happen, where players at the bottom of the table can stick their oar in and make things very difficult for those at the
140.
top.
Hughes has not lost to Twiddle this week. But if he loses to him here,
43.
it could be the one defeat he remembers most about this week. But we have to be fair. Jack was second favourite for the entire week on Monday
100.
morning. And he's playing the spoiler role right now.
100.
You're playing with a bit of freedom. His last game of the day. He knows where he's going to be in the table.
100.
If you could offer anything to Johnston right now, it is the chance to win the group by just winning.
134.
He doesn't want to have to win by a
Jamie
margin.
McGuire, 161.
He wants to win by any margin to win the group.
$89.
Yeah, lovely use of the bullseye there. Made a lot of sense. Even the 25 left a 2 darter.
100. Jamie requires 72.
So looking to level the match. Double 12 then. And he finds it with his second dart. Does
Jamie
indeed
Hughes.
level the match. Much needed, you feel,
Fifth
there
leg, Jack
from
to throw
Jamie
first.
Hughes.
Game on.
Going down by 3 legs to 1. Would have been an uphill struggle.
75.
There was nothing that Jamie can do about the next match.
80.
Civson of Norway has not won today. And he will stand in the way of the Scot.
58.
The tighter this game is, the slightly easier it is. The more room
99.
that Johnston has to wiggle in game 15. Well, that was a deflection and a
Run,
half,
Jack.
wasn't it?
Run, Jack. It was. Hanging on by a thread there.
140.
Now we're starting to see some scores. Hughes up towards the 96 mark now. All of that experience
123.
coming to the fore right now. But he can't stop Twiddle in that 105.
He can apply pressure though.
140.
And he does so.
Jack, you reckon 105.
Tops.
85.
That was a
Jamie
close
requires
call.
42.
That was a rush dart, I felt. 42 then for Jamie. Double 16 for a break of
Game
throw.
shot on the fifth leg. Jamie Hughes.
Moves ahead in this match. 3-2.
Sixth leg is Jamie to throw first.
Jamie
Game.
is throwing for the match.
Every now and again we throw around the term classy. I would associate that word with Hughes.
140.
And if we may add that visit to what he's done in the last 15 darts, 99,
132.
140, 140, 42 out in 2, 140. When he needs it most, he is finding it.
100.
His proximity to that 60 in the last 6 visits has been sickeningly good.
Yeah, it's really digging
40.
deep. There's concentration on his face.
45.
All as well. He's got a visit lead. It didn't last long.
180.
That's going to hurt a bit. Leaves a 149 finish. Here comes Jamie. Oh, superb darts from
180.
Jamie
Jack
Hughes.
149.
Leaves himself on double 18.
And that is a chance to win this match.
99. Jamie
He's had
require
one bad
36.
visit in the last 2 legs. That's it. He doesn't lay down the marker.
Jack, you require 50.
It could be 3-3. And it's
And
there.
on the 6th flag.
We don't know if Hughes has won
Jack
this
12.
game yet. If he doesn't,
7th and final leg, it's Jack to throw
Johnston
first.
will just have to
Game
win.
on.
Against Civson. This is fascinating stuff. How often do we go to the very last game
135.
of a Group A situation? Not every week.
No, absolutely not. It's riveting stuff.
We thought last week was riveting with so many
59.
players in the fight with 3 rounds to go. Then all of a sudden it all unravelled and it was done with a round to spare.
84.
After all of that good work, he was sitting on 36 for the win.
140.
Now he's got to do all that work again and hope that Twiddle slows down.
Well, he's finding them big
134.
trebles. Really putting the pressure on Jamie here.
And it just goes to show that not having the throw
54.
can be
Jack,
massive.
you're at 148.
It hasn't proven to be the case in this group overall. But not having the throw in this 7th leg,
56.
it's been catastrophic for Hughes.
And needs to find the treble.
58. Jack, you require 92.
He had 3 match darts to win 4-2. And Jack's got the luxury of
52.
leaving double top to put Hughes on the shelf temporarily.
Needs to find another one. And he does so.
25.
Puts
Jack,
the
you
pressure
require
on this
40.
tops. But is it too late?
It is too late. Those 3
Jack
mismatched
Twiddle.
darts were very costly, but he's not out of this dogfight yet. It's a really curious situation. Hughes has led this table the majority of the time, but he's not top right now. His opponent, in trying to get the top spot, simply has to win the last match. Jack wins that by 4 legs to 3. It was a great game of darts, but what will the next one bring us after the break?
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
126. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
It's the final game of Group A, and even though Stephen Johnston has been elevated to the top spot of the group via that Jamie Hughes loss, he knows, or we think he knows, he must win this game if he wants to win this group. Any loss will mean he will flip-flop with Jamie again. Any win, and we won't see him again till Saturday.
It's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Is there a good time to play Kent Civson? Or is this the worst time to play him? He hasn't won today,
59.
but he has caused problems for opponents. I think the deck is now stacked against Hughes.
43.
Johnston is the better player. He's got the throw. And now he's got the best chance he's ever had
96.
to win Group A.
Yeah, you would bet he's in command.
85.
And as far as Kent's concerned, he hasn't won all day,
100.
but then he won't want to go out losing all of his games. So
58.
stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened.
60.
Earlier on today, we were talking about Game 4 between Hughes and Johnston, thinking that was just part of the story.
$126.
He's imposing himself very early here. He's dictating the pace of this game.
59. Stephen, it requires 60.
So 20 now for tops for the first leg.
Game shot on the
Takes
first
it with his
leg.
second dart.
Stephen Johnston.
1-0.
One down.
Second leg against Kent to throw
3 to
first.
go.
Game on.
Remember just a few weeks ago in Champions Week
60.
when Scott Campbell won Group A? That was dramatic. Oh, Scotland going to have another Group A winner. drama seems to follow the Scots at the minute. We had it at international pairs as well, with their 9-dart shootout.
96.
Well, for John Henderson, it was a 3-dart shootout. He only got one visit.
140.
But he only needed one, considering that Scott Campbell had 2 180s.
100.
He's not going to go quietly, this Norwegian.
$65. Kent, you record 101.
Finds a 25 with his last dart. Leave himself a finish. Treble 19 was the target, but wasn't found.
54. Stephen, you record 140.
He can't sneak the ton.
Require 47.
So for 1-1.
Game
That'll
shot
do.
the second leg. Kent
And just
Civson.
to make one thing crystal clear,
Third leg, Stevens to throw first. Game on.
if Johnston were to lose this game 4-3, he would finish on the same points,
100.
the same leg difference, and the same legs won as Jamie Hughes. Hughes would qualify and win this
100.
group based on the head-to-head record, which means that game 4 between Johnston and Hughes today was massive. Because at that
100.
point, it was 1 game all. We weren't to know at the time.
Absolutely not.
60.
All these swings and roundabouts.
He
100.
has had his heart broken once before in a Group A campaign towards the end, Johnston. But in order to be a stronger
42.
sports person, I'm a big believer in the fact that you need to go through the same journey again and experience a bit of post-traumatic stress. And if you can come through it,
36.
you will
Stephen,
feel
require
10
80.
feet tall.
Well, you'd like to think that you've learnt
75.
from your previous time here.
Well, this is a chance, really, for Johnston to exercise the demons of the previous time.
47. Stephen, you require 5.
He's got a massive lead here.
Game
And now he's
shot
got a
the third
2-1
leg.
advantage.
Stephen Johnston.
I can say from
Full
my
leg,
own
it's
personal
Kent to throw
experience,
first. Game on.
the number that haunted me the most was 56. I missed it against Wales in the 2010 World Cup to make the final.
180.
When I was in the World Cup final 2 years later, the shot I had to win it was 56.
45.
It was exactly the same shot. Sometimes in this sport, you are confronted with familiarity.
36.
Can you succeed when you didn't before?
140.
A good start to the leg
60.
here from Kent. Didn't back it up.
100.
He's clinging on, hoping for mistakes from the Norwegian, but they aren't coming.
140.
Keep the pressure on. That's what he's saying to himself right now.
100.
That's
Can you
decent.
require 85?
And it could be 2-2 in a second. Bullseye.
60. Stephen, you require
Big chance.
116.
If this goes, there could be a big celebration.
Not to be this time.
45. Kent, you require
He
25.
was hopeful that shot was in. That one
Game
is.
shot on the fourth leg.
He's doubling fabulously.
Kent Civson.
2 out of 3, and it's 2-2. The most amount of legs we've got left
First.
in our
Game
live
on.
action on Pluto TV today is 3.
140.
I wonder what Jamie Hughes is thinking right now.
Biting his nails, I should think.
60.
This discipline might be a marathon,
26.
but even marathons can have a sprint finish.
96. 60.
Well, only a 60 there from Johnston. Can you find the treble? You
60.
can't either. So only 10 points in it.
60.
Trebles are premium right now. The tension in here right now is like
60.
treacle. How has he snuck that in there?
I was just thinking the same myself. Just when you think there's not a way through, he finds it.
90. Stephen it requires 75.
Is he 3-2 up?
58.
Tops.
Game show on the 5th leg.
First show of emotion.
Stephen Johnston.
He needs to reserve some because the job isn't done yet.
6th leg, it's Kent to throw first. Game on.
Now, should this go to a deciding leg, he will have the darts in the last leg. But he'll be hoping
60.
to get the job done here.
He did well there. He kept Civson at bay. He was sitting on 135 to take
100.
it to 3-2 to the Norwegian. So Stevens closed the door on a possible risky situation.
59.
The darts are his.
99.
Just get the feeling at the minute that Stephen is playing darts in a whirlwind.
96.
When he had 75, he didn't know he had 58 left organically. He's just going full throttle now.
60.
Yeah, trying to keep the throw of his arm steady.
83. 100.
That's not bad at all. He's first to a finish. So it is an opportunity to win the match and win the group. Either way, somebody is going to have 22 points and not win Group A.
22.
That would have won Group
Stephen
A last week.
142.
This would win it. But why is he going for a second treble 20 there? That'll work.
106.
That means he's got a double to win this group. But then again, Jamie Hughes had 36 to win his game by 4 legs to 2.
100.
He wasn't
Stephen
able to hit it.
36.
It's all in his hands.
It's the same sort of
32.
result as
Kent
Jamie
to
Hughes
require
when he was on
81.
36.
Yeah, a bit of tension creeping in here. A chance for Kent to take it to a deciding leg. Double 12 and he
Game
does.
show on the 6th flag.
Oh, wow. Now
Kent
then,
Civson.
it all goes down to the last game
7th and final leg, it's Stephen
The
to throw
last
first.
leg.
Game on.
of this match.
Astonishing. And look at what he does!
180.
That's incredible. To summon that up after 3 darts are missed for the group.
60.
There's a little insight into what he's got in the locker. And if anything, he's throwing even faster now.
45.
It's astonishing how tight it is between Hughes and Johnston.
83.
And the fact that in their last match they've had the same shot to win and had the same result.
140.
But Hughes didn't win. Johnston still might.
134, Stephen, 136.
Oh, this won't go this time.
60.
I think that's a good thing. I think him not being on double 18 with 3 darts is a positive, because now
46,
I think he'll feel more comfortable on a
76.
combination to win this match.
36.
It is 4 missed for the group. And now the next few seconds are crucial. How's he thinking before the next shot? Because there's pressure on it now.
134, Stephen, required 40. Game
The group is his. What a roller coaster ride that was. From Monday morning at 9:35 all the way through to 2:10 on Wednesday afternoon. Nobody could have forecast that. The records will reflect that Stephen Johnston wins the group by 2 points. But we were so close to somebody winning it with the same points, the same leg difference and the same legs won, and it would have gone to head. But it's Scotland's Stephen Johnston that wins the last game by 4 legs to 3. Kent Civson was very close to stopping him, but he wasn't able to do it. We will hear from the Group A winner very, very shortly. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the end of the show for Group A, and boy was it worth it. We can focus on the last 6 results if you want, but at the end of round 4 today, we had a dead heat at the top of the table, and we went into a situation with Jamie Hughes and Stephen Johnston at the end to see who would eventually win the group. Well, it was won in the end by Stephen Johnston. He's at the top of the table, and it looks pretty academic, doesn't it? He's won it by 2 points. He's got the better leg difference, but it really, really wasn't that simple. Colin Osborne's going to go through to Group B. He beats out Bradley Ruse by leg difference, and Jack Twiddle and Civson will go through to Group C. Stevie Johnston has joined us in the studio. He's here with myself, the asset Paul Nicholson, and Trina Gulliver. That was fun, and in the end, Stevie, you've won the group by 1 leg. That's how it was. Did you know that going into the last game?
Actually, I asked the guy. I didn't usually do that. I usually just day my hang and try win every game, but I knew it was tight, and I've had plenty of disasters coming in here. And if I'm on that stage, I need to ken what I need to do. And I just had to do it. The guy, he said to me before I played, you just need to win. So I was wanted to just to win the match.
Is it easier as a dart player to just win a match instead of having to win it by a certain margin? Because at one point, that was what you had to do.
Darts is definitely not easy, and if darts was easy, I would be coming in here and playing here, but it's very hard. I'm just glad I won this in a couple of days off to chill.
When it came to the end of round 4, I briefly mentioned it there when we were looking at the table. At the end of that round, you and Jamie Hughes were in a dead heat. You had the same points, the same leg difference, the same legs won, and the only thing that was separating you was the fact that Jamie beat you today. Were you aware of that at any point?
Obviously, won my first game against Jack, then I played Jamie. You're trying to beat him, he's just the guy second day. But it's maybe, I didn't play good all day today, but I done enough to qualify, which makes it, I'm still fight, even when I'm not playing at my top of my game, I'll still fight and still try to push to win. But Jamie, it was nip and tuck, and I was watching the games in the back of in the practice room, and Jamie was getting beat. It did spurt me on a bit as well, because obviously I'd already lost to Jamie. But Jamie's a quality player, and he's done a lot in darts. He's played on big TV stages and Sky Sports. I've watched him in pubs and all the rest of it, and to go and come here and being top of the table with him second, it's a privilege to me. But listen, it still pushes me on to do better things.
We're just going to show you the winning moment now. Now, this is something I'm sure that for you will feel pretty sweet. You left yourself on tops. You took it immediately. You showed us the fire that you've got in the belly. But one thing I'm dying to know, Stevie, is this. The last time you were really, really close to winning Group A, you were denied. Trina and I were speaking in the commentary box about the fact that if you want to be stronger as a dart player, you've got to go through the same journey but with a different result. That's what's happened. That's what you've done. 100%.
Every time you come in here, I'm always outsider because I've qualified through ADC route. That's where I play my darts. ADC. I play darts at the Players Bar in Falkirk. Stephen Allison does a lot of things for the darts through amateur and JDC. And listen, hands out to him. It's quality. He's there all the way with us. He's a good guy. And every time I'm playing darts, I'm just trying to win every game.
Would you be here if it wasn't for ADC darts?
I think I would still be back in Falkirk playing competitions for steak pies, I think, to be honest with you. But,
tell us about this. Where do you play competitions for steak pies? We want to know.
Back in, I don't know, I'm just saying that. It was funny. Yeah.
What was the highlight for you today, apart from obviously the winning moment, but you showed a great deal of determination and a great deal of quality at times today?
Oh, definitely. It's nip and tuck in there. You're in the room with all the players, and they've got plenty of experience about them. And I've got experience too, because I've came down here, and as you say, I beat the last time I leg difference with Darryl Program and all that. But it never made me want to give up. It made me want to go through the ATC route, to earn my way, to come back down here, to show what I'm all about. And I've done that. This is clear. Winder does a great job running the vaults through ADC in Scotland. Fantastic. And every time on a Wednesday night, I'm usually maybe going out for a jog or not doing anything bar darts, but she runs these vaults and right now I'm just going to go for that game of darts because it's good.
Trina, it has been a very, very up and down day. How's Jamie Hughes feeling right now because he's lost this group by one leg?
He'll be absolutely gutted. You know, he started off the week clean sweep, clean sheet, and then he's lost it on the very last leg of the day, and he is going to be absolutely gutted. But you know, it's not all's not lost. You know, he's going to be in Group B going forward, and there's nothing to say that he can't make Saturday night.
Is he thinking after beating Johnston that maybe most of the job is done?
No, I don't think he would think that at all. You know, he knows he's got to be consistent today, and he wasn't consistent. He was hit and miss. Went at times of brilliance, and then at times he was a bit off his game. So, you know, he done nearly enough, and that's just that one leg.
Player of the day was Bradley Ruse, and someone who started in the bottom two, found 8 points today, and has given himself a great jolt in the right direction going into a Group C campaign. The only person he lost to today was Stevie.
Yeah, a classic example of how he's progressed all the way through the week. Today was definitely his best day, but he's got better and better each day. So if he takes that into Thursday and Friday, then, you know, who knows?
Yeah, this is one of the checkouts that he took out, just showing a little bit more of the composure as well. And we spoke about in commentary that he wasn't getting angry with himself when things weren't going right. He was showing a bit of patience as a 20-year-old, which is good to see.
Yeah, and Bradley's had a bit of a reputation in the past for being a bit short with himself, kind of thing. But yeah, he showed great composure and maturity.
Well, let's have a look at the breakdown for the week, because we're going to add a name to the Group A winner column. There you can see it's Stephen Johnston, Group A winner. I'm sure that looks nice, Stevie. Scott Taylor's going to join us in Group B with Lewis Gurney, the England international, and Mike Warburton, the former weekly champion, is going to be with us as well, alongside Jamie Hughes and Colin Osborne. That's got a brilliant feel to it. That is. Pick three from there if you can. Group C is going to be pretty good as well. But moving forward, yeah, that Group B is going to be rather watchable.
Yeah, it's hard to pick a winner out of that. And you know, the guys that are coming in now, they'll be fresh. Those that have been here, there's two ways of looking at it. They've had the match practice, but also, are they tired? So there's that element of to think about as well. So yeah, who knows?
First time you've had 2 days off in Portsmouth on a Thursday and Friday. Are you going to be topping up your tan? Because I don't know if the weather's going to be decent,
Well,
but what are you going to do?
We've got a sauna booked on the beach, and we're going to jump in the water after it. So that's the plans, and it was already planned before if either one or no, and that's what I'm going to be doing. Fresh for Saturday. I'm looking forward to playing on Saturday and bringing my A game and rocking the party.
When it comes to Saturday night, you haven't succeeded there yet. Now that you've done something here that you've never done before, is there any reason why you can't make it your week?
Defo, it's always learning coming down here, and you're playing against the best players. And Defo, on Saturday, they've got the group, as you said, Group B, Group C, a lot of fantastic players, and I'm looking forward to mix up with them. And if it is my week, if it's no, I'll still make sure I enjoy the experience and move forward.
Well, we wish you the best for Saturday night. Enjoy the next couple of days off. Whether you're going to have a practice or not, that's entirely up to you. But you're going to be there on Saturday night. Trina, it's been great to have your company over the last few days. But when it comes to Pluto TV, we've got plenty coming up for you. It's not just about the live action. We have got a tungsten talk with the man we call the Noodle, or indeed the Riddler, depending on which you prefer. He's had a tungsten talk with us to find out what's happened in his career. We're also going to have a tungsten talk with Jimmy Van Schie a little bit later on, and that's all ahead of our Series 11 Week 2 action. And we're going to be having Group C, and that will start from 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The finals night on Saturday night, we've got one name in the hat already with Stevie Johnston, and there will be 5 more names in the hat over the next couple of days. We can't wait to see who's going to join that man in Saturday night. It's been a roller coaster ride over the last couple of days, and that man has really done well to finish things off. So from us, it's bye for now, but Group B and Group C will be tomorrow. See you later. Take care.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout. Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of dance we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!